gasoline in everybody's cars and putting asphalt on everybody's roads. I mean, if you think about the amount of money that we spent across the country repaving roads under the stimulus program, it breaks my heart. Because think of it, because it would have been a drop in the bucket for reinvigorating commuter rail or commuter bus service, but it certainly would have been a hell of a big drop in the bucket.
They put new blacktop over good blacktop just to put money in pavers' pockets.
And where is it? And what's asphalt? What oil? You know, and so we're putting oil on the roads, and gas.
And sending our money overseas again.
And it just seems to me that would have been such a good opportunity to be rebuilding bridges again, and, you know, get people to work in steel mills, you know, rebuilding rail lines, steel mills, car companies, you know, aluminum products, you know, high tech, everything, every industry that we need to restart the economy in this country touches on commuter rail.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
I'm going to open the
that's
meeting.
fine.
I'm going to open the, I know, I know that. We're going to open the meeting tonight, June 23rd, 2011. Let the records be show that Catherine is not here, but will be here in a few minutes. So tonight we have with us the county commissioners and others. So
Are we up?
we are up.
All right,
So-
wonderful. Thank you for inviting us once again. With me, I know you probably know this cast of characters, but Commissioner John Thomas,
Yeah.
Commissioner Stephen Netto,
Yeah.
Deb Shackett, our county administrator,
Yeah.
Norm O'Neill, our county HR director, human resources director. I was going to get it right this time.
Oh, really?
Our HR director, and Glenn Waring, who is our finance director. And is this a Waring?
Yes, it is. It's Nicholas.
Nicholas Waring is here with us as
Okay.
well, I see.
The show.
Yeah.
He's actually probably carrying his dad's bags tonight. This is our third county conversation, and you know, we've had a different theme for each of the county conversations up until now. The first year we talked a little bit about what county government is and what it does. Last year we talked about a little bit more about what it could do. This year we want to continue that discussion and talk a little bit about what we have done. In response to some of the conversations that we've had in the past, we've looked at a couple of items that we are currently in progress with. The first is the concept of the juvenile prosecutor. We talked about a juvenile prosecutor when we were out here, and we talked about the resources that are utilized by every single town in the city in terms of having people in courthouses and the inefficiency that can build into the departments. We are in the process of hiring a part-time juvenile prosecutor for the county. That juvenile prosecution will be available to every town in the county. We will also have that person. We're going to shift the prosecution, which is now done by the sheriff's department, over to the county attorney's office, and that will be, so all of our prosecutions in that regard will be handled by the, all of our prosecutions should be handled by the county attorney's office as opposed to the sheriff's department, freeing up some sheriff deputies to go about and do more sheriff deputy work as opposed to prosecution. So we'll have an update about that, but that is happening. It's something that's in progress. We got a lot of positive feedback, although granted we didn't get a lot of positive feedback about it in Tilton. We did get a lot of positive feedback in a lot of other towns. So we've begun that on a limited basis. Probably the biggest initiative that we're looking at right now, when we were here last year, we talked about the county jail. We talked about problems with the county jail, and we talked about the makeup of what we refer to as our guests at the Belknap County Bed and Breakfast. And it is pretty substantially in the 80 to 90% range, driven by drug and alcohol issues. Drug and alcohol issues, mental health issues, and other issues that really are collateral to and bump up against the criminal justice system, but really may not be purely criminal justice problems. So what do we do about that? One of the things that we have to do, because we have very serious infrastructure problems, is we really have to build some sort of a jail facility. But we didn't just want to go out and say, okay, we'll build a jail facility. Grafton County has tried that, and that was a very difficult process nearing an end. They're going to end up with a new jail, but hasn't been easy, has been very costly. You can build a lot of jail cells to accommodate your population, but that is the single most expensive way to deal with criminal justice. So what we have done is we've hired a consultant. We've hired who we believe, and I think is the foremost authority on community corrections and criminal justice system analysis and revitalization in the country. His name is David Bennett. David has been here and is looking at data. He's looked at our operations, and he has formed a criminal justice council, which includes the district court judges, the superior court judge, Tina Netto, the current presiding justice or supervisory justice of the superior court, the sheriff, prosecutors, defense attorneys, some healthcare providers in the community. The idea is to develop a program rather than just build a facility. The idea of a program is to resolve a couple of issues. First of all, people who it is very expensive to house in a jail who probably don't belong there. Couple of examples. The first example would be the person who has serious drug and alcohol problems driving their criminal behavior. They come into the criminal justice system and one of two things happens. Either they're bailed out immediately without any attention to the issue that put them there in the first place, and then before they reach an end point of their original sentence, they're back because they go out to seek the people they're not supposed to be with and the drugs or the substances they're not supposed to be around instantly, because we haven't fixed the problem. We've simply arrested them, put them in the system, and scheduled them far out for some sort of a resolution. The second type of a problem is the person who comes into the system and can't get out for whatever reason, can't get bailed out. So that person stays in the system at a very, very high cost for a very long time. Neither one of those is an efficient use of jail space. We're holding them at the high end of the spectrum, the most expensive way that we can deal with them.
What is the cost of somebody in jail?
I'm going to say that and I think this is a question I want to answer more specifically, but I'm going to say that it's probably around $150,000 a year to incarcerate somebody. Just the cost. That's just the cost. That's before we deal with medical. That's before we deal with any specialized care needs that they may have, and those, once we get them in the door, we own them. So it's a pretty expensive. That's a pretty high cost per person when you figure we've probably got about anywhere between 90 and 100 on an average in there per year. It gets real expensive. I'm going to try to refine that number before the next conversation, because it's a question that's come up on a couple of occasions, and I'm remembering that number I know that's stuck in the back of my mind from a couple of years' discussions about it. So not only is it expensive, the most expensive way to deal with the problem, but it's also not helping the communities in terms of these people coming back and being recidivist. The third category of people that we want to really be thinking about are people who have serious mental health issues. We all know, in every one of our communities in Belknap County, we all know who these people are. They keep getting arrested, and there can't be any resolution through the criminal justice system because these are not people who are responsible because of actual mental health issues or mental illnesses for what they're doing, but they keep coming back. So how do we have a system that keeps them out of a place where A, they don't belong, we're not equipped to handle them, and is very, very expensive? So the Community Corrections program is looking for the Community Corrections is looking for solutions that are better than simple warehousing and more cost effective than simple warehousing. And we want the facility to be but a part of the program. So we hope to be able to deliver a much better, much more effective criminal justice community corrections system at a more reasonable cost to the community. So that's what we're looking for. So rather than going out and building a jail, we want to build a correction system that has a component of it being the jail. You always want to have one extra bed. You always want to have one extra bed for a sentencing judge who's tried everything else in the world and can't, and the person needs to go to jail. You need to have one extra bed for the person who, simply refuses to conform. But by the same token, we don't need to have every person who's not in that category incarcerated. So community corrections is a big ongoing issue. We expect to have a report back from Mr. Bennett within 6 months, and then we'll start analyzing what the findings are and trying to act on those findings.
Are you hoping that he's going to come back with a more unique solution than to just build more jail cells?
Absolutely.
Because when you said 150,000, my mind immediately went to, why don't you buy each one of them a house?
Right, in a different county.
Yeah.
And I know, I'm being facetious, but yeah, exactly. That's a real big price tag, and it's the most inefficient way of dealing with anybody. Because if we're not dealing with the drug and alcohol problems, or we're not dealing with the issues that put them there, then the fact of the matter is, we're going to keep putting them.
Yeah. Do we have any with the monitoring anklets that are under house arrest, so to speak?
We absolutely do, and Community Corrections is going to look at ways that can expand that. I had the pleasure of going down and looking at Stratford County's program pretty much in depth last year. Commissioners Neto and Thomas were able to go this year, and there is some wonderful, amazing technology that helps the community corrections people to monitor the people that are out. You can do, and I was amazed by this, they can do a breathalyzer test from the person's house, wherever they are. They have a machine that digitally, and I guess there's a, I don't know if it's a retinal scan or a DNA test or whatever. They can, first they can verify that it is actually the person, and second, they can actually test their blood alcohol content remotely. They don't even have to be there.
Can you also do a urinalysis for drugs? I mean, that would be the thing.
Well, they could do all sorts of things, and the idea is that before you put somebody in the jail, they should go in through, there should be a graduated process to go in. Now, there are some people that belong in jail and there's no other way to deal with them. There are other people that have problems that, where we can get them diverted, get them help, and hopefully never see them again. The same thing should happen when you let them out. You shouldn't just be saying, okay, done, go. You should be saying, okay, done, now go, back essentially through the same steps in reverse before you get out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking on the county level or the state level?
We're talking on the county level. We're talking about our county corrections program.
But typically, isn't the longest they're there is a year? And then they go down to the prison?
The longest sentence is a year, yeah.
And then they're down at the prison?
Right.
But your typical sentence is months, isn't it? A couple months?
I would say
30 days?
They're across the spectrum. They're from a matter of days. See, we hold people, it's possible that someone can be held for pretrial purposes
Sure.
or for other types of purposes for more than a year. It's not
Right to a speedy trial?
Why would you want to develop this program for people that are on the interim, if they're there a week or two, and instead of doing this, yes, you need facilities, jails, whatever, instead of coming up with this committee and looking at the whole spectrum and getting these people help and looking at the whole picture, where they're only going to be there a week or two, they're still not going to get the help. So if you're there for a drug and alcohol program, typically, how much can you help them in a week or two?
The problem is recidivism. And Commissioner Thomas has been talking about this issue since he came back The problem that we have is recidivism. They may be there a week or two at a time. So we see tons of these folks who are repeat offenders. So then maybe they're there, in a year they may be there for 2 weeks, and then they're there for 6 weeks, and then they're there for 3 months. And we still haven't fixed the problem. The other thing is, and John will, I'm sure, speak to this more eloquently than I am, but his observation is that there are people that are signing up for these programs that really want help, that really obligate them for longer than their sentence might be. So, there are some folks that are out in these programs that are truly motivated to not go back to jail. And that's what we want.
But instead of doing a broad spectrum, I'm kind of looking at the taxpayer and the, yes, technology is great. I mean, we would love to have technology here at Town Hall, but we're still living with, programs and computers that have old Vista and Windows 98 on it because we can't afford it, because the taxpayers can't afford it. So we're still looking back in the days where we have to really think about what the taxpayers can afford, and although being at home and taking a breathalyzer so that we don't have someone that goes out and does it on their own and checks on them and ankle bracelets and stuff is all well and good, but sometimes it's always at a cost, and it's at a cost to the taxpayers. So how do you, as a county commissioner, how do you balance that? If it's $150,000 a year for a prisoner, and it's, $200,000 a year for somebody employed in employment to deal with mental health issues and alcohol, drug-related issues, and you have 3 people on a team, and it's well over that with retirement and everything else. How do you justify that?
Well, I'll tell you it's a great question, but the answer is the programs that we're looking at, and the county corrections model that we're studying is about reducing the cost of dealing with these people. It is, for us, clearly and truly about the cost.
But I don't see you, and I don't see the county, and forgive me, because I've only been really looking at this for the last year, and I've been a selectman almost 2.5, but I haven't really seen you go after the youth, the juvenile end of it. And I see that's where our problems begin, because that's where they start bouncing back and forth. That's where the education comes in.
Boy.
And that's where I don't feel that there's enough in on our county end of it, and that's why we have private community-supported programs, or try to get community-supported programs to try to do this job to teach these kids court diversion programs.
Pat, I couldn't agree with you more. And one of the things that we're doing, first of all, Belknap County does have and has invested in our juvenile diversion program. That program is chock full. We are running kids through there all the time. They are very busy. We've expanded that to adults who pay. So we're generating some income through having adult diversion.
But you're not doing any of the, like, we send our kids here that have drug and alcohol programs to the FAST program down in Concord and Merrimack County. So why should we be sending them when they get in trouble here in Franklin, here in Tilton? They go to Franklin Court, they get sent to the FAST program down in the county, because our county doesn't have FAST
Right.
programs. So
here's one
that's huge.
Here's one of the problems, and I have to relate part of the problem back to SB2 a couple of years ago. The state determined that it was going to take over handling juvenile programs that are all juvenile programs that are court ordered. Those are the only ones the state will pay for. And then they left us with responsibility for all nursing home costs, care costs, and elder care programs, okay? So the state upset the balance between county-provided juvenile services and county-provided adult services with that piece of legislation. Now, that being said, we are still looking at, with our diversion program, we're still looking at programs within the county, and we're referring kids to programs within Belknap County all the time through the Belknap County Youth Services and the Belknap County Juvenile Services or Diversion Program. So it's happening. But it's happening because we've chosen to provide those services on top of or in addition to what the state provides. Now, when a kid goes into the Laconia District Court or the Franklin District Court, and that kid gets put into a program and it's court ordered, those are the ones that the state pays for. So the courts and the state decide where those programs, Human Services decides where those programs are going to be run.
I don't think that's necessarily true, because I know a few kids that have been court-ordered, and they've been mandated down to Concord Fast program, and they've paid for that.
Well, yeah.
They have to pay for that.
They have to pay for it, it's mandated.
There are some programs that they have to pay for and some that they don't pay for.
Okay.
We have similar, and I don't mean to say that the state, just picks it up once it's court ordered. There are certain types of court-ordered services that the state's required to pay for, others that the kids are required to pay for. But if you have a kid who's put in one of those programs and can't pay for it, there's supposed to be there's sliding scales and all kinds of stuff. In Laconia, we have similar programs where what we're talking about for juvenile diversion, and I want to get back to your bigger question because I'm agreeing with that too. What we have in Laconia is an idea where we have a kid, you have a kid who's 20 years old and gets arrested at a party for having a beer in his hand. Do we believe that kid should have a criminal record or be convicted for that? Probably, I personally think no, but then I do defend the downtrodden masses against the oppressive arm of the state daily. You know what I'm saying? So we take that kid and we put him in a program that's not going to leave him with a criminal record. He pays for that program, probably pays the price with his mom and dad at home, and we hope we never see him again. But at least we have a place, because we have a diversion program, where we can put him and we can say to the judge, okay, we're dealing with that. The other idea that you're touching on, I think, is absolutely critical to a comprehensive community corrections program, because we need to deal not only with people who come into the criminal justice system, but we need to deal with families. Because, as an attorney, I've been doing this 22 years now, which is not a long time, but I've seen the third creeping up on the fourth generation of kids with the same issues, doing the same thing. And you're absolutely right. At some point, we need to have some programs in some way to stop that, so that we can. And you're right. That's the way we're gonna stop criminal recidivism. That's the way we're gonna stop, criminal lifestyles as a legacy. So, yeah. But I think when you begin to look at corrections in terms of the entire community, bringing together all the people that are providing these services, all the people that are touching up against people charged with crimes, whether they're juveniles or adults, then at least we have an opportunity to begin to do that.
But when you're looking at, you're looking at an upper adult life that have been in jail, and now they're upwards of, their incarceration is up to a year, that they've been back several times. And you know them, and you not only know them by first name, where they live and so on and so forth, but it stands to reason that if you had more juvenile programs and more, the juvenile prosecutor was a little bit more in line with the programs that other counties have, that perhaps maybe that level and that number would be down a bit. I see them. We're one of the few towns surrounding, probably 8 or 9 towns around, that allow community service people that are mandated by the court. And we see the kids come in here, and then some of the kids, it's a one-time shot, they get in trouble, but some other kids, it's not a one-time shot, and they're back out there, and they really need help, and you can't see that there's any help out there for them. and they're repeat offenders, and it doesn't, it begins at home, I understand that. But these are young kids.
Right.
And there's not programs out there for them. And that's where it begins, so that they don't grow up to be 23 and 24, incarcerated for the fourth and fifth time, and now the state and the county and the taxpayers are paying for all these programs now to try to teach them what we should be responsible for teaching them now when they're 15 and 16 years old.
Right. It gets harder to teach them when they get to be 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 25 than it is when they're younger. And I have to really stress my belief in the success of the program that we have, in the county's juvenile diversion program. It works very well. And we track the statistics, and one of the things that you'll see in this report from Mr. Bennett is going to be what our statistics for recidivism look like, at the adult level and at the juvenile level, because we're examining that as part of this model.
But don't you see, as one of the problems is that each segment of government independently tries to address this issue? The state tries to address it. The county now tries to address it. The towns try to address it. We have youth assistance program. And the schools kind of dabble in it. But until all come together and address it as one, we're not going to solve the problem. The state has their own programs, and we're mandated by them. So whatever we try to do is probably going to be a duplication of what they have.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And it doesn't work.
Because I don't think they're doing nearly enough.
It doesn't work.
I don't think
Their program does not work.
What we're doing, though, is we can't. Right now, when you look at Belknap County and you look at the juvenile justice system, you look at the district court system, you look at the superior court system, and the programs that sort of orbit around those three categories, none of them are in sync. None of them are working together. The idea here, and what Bennett has done, is he's brought together the people who have the power and the responsibility to change that from the superior court, from the district court, from the juvenile court, and said, we're all going to get together and have a comprehensive mechanism for dealing with this. One of the ways we're going to end up having to deal with it is we have to have a jail. You got to have a jail, because if you don't have a jail, you don't have any threat to hold over anybody's head. That's the always have to have one extra bed kind of a model. But the most expensive way to deal with it is to just keep building a bigger jail. And that's what we don't want to do. Now in Stratford County, they're able to really, 11 years they've been at it. And Bennett was their consultant. He's the guy that put the program together, who remains on board with them. Stratford County still has an up and active drug court, mental health court. They have a very, very strong community corrections system. They built a brand new facility 11 years ago, and their facility rents space to the federal government, to counties who have excess female prisoners that they can't handle. And at least last year when I spoke with Commissioner McGlaris, the funds that they were able to generate, because they kept their own people out of jail through programs, they were able to generate sufficient funds to pay the bond for that building that they built from rent from the federal government and from other counties. And that's managing the population before it gets in there, that they've done that by. So if you want to measure the success of the program that we're talking about, because we're looking very closely at what Stratford County is doing, we have the same consultant. Belknap County is different, smaller, more, different populations and so forth. But if you measure the success economically, as well as in a social sense, it's huge. It's phenomenal what they've been able to do, what they've been able to accomplish, because they pulled all the people from those different orbits together and constructed the program with all of their input and buy-in. So that's where we're going with it. I couldn't agree with you more, either one of you more, about the level of frustration about the programs.
Well, then you haven't even heard my level. I sit here incredulous that we're talking about programs like it's our responsibility that these children break the law. Mr. Ware, I have to assume, is actively involved in young Nicholas's upbringing. And that's the man who's responsible for young Nicholas, not me, not you, not Donna. No programs are going to keep him out of jail. Only proper parenting will keep him out of jail. I have 2 kids who've never partaken in any programs. I was an active participant in the children's upbringing, and I have some firsthand knowledge of the correction system. I know people that work for the correction system. My brother works at the prison in Berlin. Catherine's daughter works in the Department of Corrections. It's an industry. And what I hear today is an expansion of the industry for corrections, whether you count it as programs and we'll provide this money for this and this money for that. Mr. Ware's son's not going to have to take any of this money. He's responsible. I have to assume everybody in this room is responsible for their children. We're talking about people who are not responsible. What is the answer to that? You touched on it ever so briefly, but they're the ones that can change it.
I mean, yeah, but the problem is, once the kid goes over and knocks over a liquor store, he becomes our problem.
At that point, yeah, but...
We have to deal with it. And we can deal with it 2 ways. We can either say, okay, well, we'll just keep building bigger jails, and we'll just keep putting more and more people in them. Or we can try to nip that problem at the bud and at least eliminate the problem for as many as is possible so we don't have to see them again. So, I mean, you can boil it down, you can look at it from a social perspective, or you can look at it from an economic perspective. It makes sense either way.
But you're not really nipping it in the bud. You're kind of nipping it after pedal
The
drop.
horse is out of the barn here.
Because until you go to the school levels and get them before they've committed the crime, the tardy kids, the kids that are naughty, and the school identifies them.
Right.
They can see that kid that's turned and now is
Right.
dabbling on the edge of the court system.
True.
Until you can start working with the schools, and getting real people in the schools. I mean, we have an SRO in the school, and we've been lucky that our officers that have been there have been great at what they do and have gone way beyond what they're supposed to be doing as just safety officers. But unfortunately, when you get to the guidance officers, you don't have true guidance people in those positions. Often it's just another teacher that doesn't have specialized education for that role. So unless you partnership at that level, I mean, I agree, we have to do something.
Right.
And I applaud your attempt at it, but I think we're still missing the boat until we get down to that school level.
One of the real themes, Deb is dying to say something. Go ahead.
I just want to say that all these concerns, we don't have the answers. So this is interesting, but we don't have the answers, and we're putting up a lot, investing quite a lot in Mr. Bennett, and expecting full well that within 6 months, he is going to be able to make recommendations about what are the programs that will help Belknap County specifically. So I think that's the message to you, that's what we're trying to find out. What are the programs that will help? Not all programs will work. Maybe we do need a FAST program. I don't know that. We don't have one. Maybe we need to get one, and if that's what we need...
And it may show up as a
I expect
recommendation.
people to identify it.
Problem is, there is no miracle cure for everybody's social ills.
Right. And you know what? No matter what we do, we're still going to, it breaks my heart, but we're still going to lose kids.
Yep.
We're still going to lose adults.
Yep.
We're still going to be putting people in jail. It's still going to be happening, no matter what we do. You talk about guidance offices, though. Two of my children are graduated. I have a daughter who's still at Laconia High School. And I have to say, from all my educational experience dealing with people and everything like that, Laconia has a fabulous program. They have real guidance counselors who are really committed to, breaking down what's going on in those kids' lives. And Catherine, it's wonderful to see. I go in there and it's so cool that the guidance counselor can tell me so many things about my daughter, personal interests and all this kind of stuff, can say, help us to direct her in different places and so forth. So some folks in the school level are beginning to do that. Of course, it takes resources. But even those committed people, I'll go in there and they still have that level of frustration and say, I can't get this kid. I can't get that parent in here. I can't get that parent in here. And it would make such a difference, and this kid has such promise in this area, and if I could just get some help. So we can't, you're right, we're not going to fix it at all, but we got to do something different for two reasons, for all those social reasons and for the economic reasons too, because I don't think the Grafton County model will work for us. They've spent a huge amount of money on a big, beautiful, wonderful facility that's going to require more corrections people, and it's going to require more deputies, and it's going to require money. And we want to try to avoid that.
You want to reduce the population.
Right, exactly.
And can I say something?
Of course.
And that's part of the reason we're trying to do the community corrections. We want, obviously, we're going to get people. They're going to send them to us. We want to get them into the facility, get them turned around, get them out, whichever way we can, but we want it to so that they are meaningful when they do get out of the system. We can bracelet people. We can, if you want to join this program, you might only have a 3-month sentence, but you're going to be in the program for a year. That's their choice. They could just sit in the bunk for 3 months, do their time, and get out. But, if we're encouraging to get this program, get yourself turned around, get some help. When you leave the facility, you'll have your GED, you'll have a license, be able to do something that will be meaningful to the community, not destructive. It's a tough nut, it really is.
It is.
One of the things, if I may, is that has to be brought up, is this is not just another program. This is a program that is very successful, and it's a carrot and stick program. There is some severity in this program. Ed mentioned about the meetings with the judge on a weekly basis, etc. Well, if you're the offender and you have the juvenile prosecutor and you have the program director, you're going to be in front of me making a report. I'm going to be asking you, as the offender, what have you done today? What have you done this past week? And this is going to be every single, well, in Stratford County, every single Monday morning. Court's closed. This is all they're doing. If I get a bad report, and I already know it because of what's in, and if you're not being honest with me, the stick is going to come down. It's going to come down hard. And you're going to be sitting somewhere that you probably don't want to be sitting, regardless of whether you're monitored or whatever. So there is a severity to this program that they probably don't want when they've seen the other stuff. Even though it's hard work, and as Steve just said, many times the cure is worse than the problem, because the cure is very long. It's a 2.5-year program as opposed to a 6-month studies or a 3-month study. And the thing of it is there's another component of this where this whole program is integrated. It was talking about facilities. Well, when the facility is built, it's built with a core. The core is with a 50-year outlook. But the project part of it is only built as needed, as projections say. But the thing of it is down the road, even though your population has increased, you're going to be managing an increased population with the same amount of people that you started with, because of the fact that you and as Ed had mentioned, because of the fact that in Stratford County, because of the fact that they don't have the recidivism rate that they had, And it's really funny when you look at it, you see the recidivism rate is in the same proportions as the offender, the proportion of offenders from drug and alcohol and mental health issues. So when they cut that recidivism rate down considerably, now they're paying off that facility. It's quite a program. I'm impressed with it, and believe me, I'm not a believer of jail should be used.
So anyway, we don't know what our program specifically will look like, but we know what the model is. And we're really anxious to see, some recommendations and to be able to talk with you guys about what that's going to look like.
I'll be curious to see that report when it comes out.
Oh, yeah, that will be, there'll be a fanfare around the unveiling. Dispatch consolidation is something that we continue to talk about. A couple of years ago, we talked about Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid. Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid dispatches for our entire county, 27 towns, including all of Belknap County. They do it very effectively and very efficiently. So we've been in conversations with Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid. They may need to be off of state property and move their facility, and we're having conversations about whether or not it makes sense for us to have, to have a facility that's able to offer a joint dispatch between fire and police dispatch at a single facility.
They're not county affiliated, though.
Well, they are in the sense that they dispatch for the entire county.
But they're not
Right,
part
they're
of county government. There's a statute that allows the county to pay the town's fees, but...
Exactly, but that doesn't stop us from being able to partner with them in terms of...
No, it doesn't.
...shared facilities and those types of things. So we're looking into that to see if we can develop...
Are you thinking of absorbing them or them absorbing...
Doesn't matter to us. If we can do it better, faster, and cheaper, and still provide the required service and the level of service, we're looking for efficiency.
Because it's the sheriff's department is the only county dispatch center we have, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And my understanding was they were pretty taxed.
Well, yes, except that we are finally fixing the roof, and we will have some additional dispatch capacity because we're updating all the equipment this year. And we're going to have at least one additional dispatch console in that area. So we're looking at being able to take some additional...
You're expanding a little bit.
Capacity, yeah. Well, upgrading and expanding capacity a bit, because there isn't a big increased demand. We had a conversation last night with Guilford, who, had said, well, will you do our dispatching for us? And the answer is, yeah, absolutely. You make us a formal request and we'll put a proposal together, but, Guilford's got a whole lot of big box stores, a whole lot of alarm things, and you can't just say, okay, we'll flip the switch and we'll do all your dispatching tomorrow. There's a lot that would go with it, but any town or city in Belknap County who wants us to dispatch will certainly talk about it and look at it.
How the fire dispatching is done through the county, correct?
No.
No.
Fire dispatching is all done through Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid, which is a separate statutory entity. There's a statute that sets up and organizes it. The only thing that Belknap County has to do with Mutual Fire Aid is they give us their bill, and we put it in the hopper and mix it up and distribute it to all of the towns according to the formula.
Well, then, the rest of my questions are applicable, I guess. You have 27 towns in Belknap County?
No.
11?
There are 11.
Okay, so you said something about 27 towns?
They dispatch
For
currently
27 towns. How do you mix it up and send it out? For fire?
They only give us the bill for the Lakes region, for the
Belknap County
towns. They bill the other towns directly.
And the only reason
We have.
The only reason they can do that is because all 11 Belknap County communities are dispatched by Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid.
However, Tilton is in Belknap County, Northfield is not, but we share the fire district.
Right.
So do you bill Northfield and Merrimack as well?
No.
No.
Somebody else does?
Lakes
Fire
Region Mutual Fire Aid
mutually.
bills them directly.
Directly.
Okay, all right.
Only the Belknap County communities.
Well, I'm trying to
Get the
figure out
benefit.
how that's going to work. And we're splitting it 50-50 right now, but Northfield.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Not
What
really.
happens is, because we are a Belknap County community, there is a statute that allows the county to pay those fees for those communities that are part of the county for fire. So, well, that's what Chief Hayden told me about an hour ago.
Well, that's not statutory. That's a voluntary arrangement that exists.
Right.
Okay.
Main Street Mutual Fire Aid has a statutory right to bill each town individually.
Right.
The
Okay.
fact that it's paid through the county is that whole discussion we had a couple of years ago. That's an agreement. We could stop that tomorrow.
So that's an agreement you have?
That's an agreement.
He said it was a statute.
Right.
Wondered why he couldn't provide me with it.
You asked us to.
Right.
But,
I want to
so,
know how it is that we could end up paying more for the exact same service than we're paying right now.
because our bill goes, Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid has a formula.
Right.
10% is based, is set fee, every community that is dispatched by them, it's 10% of their budget and we pay it, and it's divided. Then there's 40% by valuation and 50% by population. And Northfield is treated that way. Every community that is dispatched by them is treated that way. Tilton benefits because our bill goes to Belknap County and again gets divided again amongst the 11 members,
Right.
11 county communities.
5.0%.
Right, so our bill gets reduced a little bit because we have that benefit. Northfield's is not, because they're not part of Belknap County, so their bill
That
goes
explains the rest
directly
of
to
my
them.
questions. I'm
And
okay.
it misses that county portion of
Okay,
it.
never mind.
So we benefit by being Belknap County members.
And on the other end of the spectrum, on the other end of the spectrum, Laconia and Guilford pay more than if they were billed directly, just because of what their percentage of the
Sure.
county tax rate.
Right.
So, okay, that's dispatch. The other thing you've heard, that Barnstead is in negotiations with the Sheriff's Department to eliminate their police department and have Barnstead patrolled by the Belknap County Sheriff's Department. That will be on a contract basis. So 100% of the cost of the takeover will be paid for by the town directly. They'll write a check. Right, yeah. But we do get some benefits out of it. What happens is, we will have a remote sheriff station. So we will be able to do civil service and process, we'll be able to do witness interviews, we'll be able to do a whole bunch of things. So we pick up some ancillary benefits by having, some sheriff's presence out there on a regular
So what will
basis.
they set up shop in their current police station? And
Yeah, I don't know, that'll be the time, I don't know how it'll be manned or staffed, but the costs related to policing in Gilmanton will be
Barnstead.
borne by the town.
Barnstead.
But by the same token, we'll have a sheriff out there, so if there's civil service, we don't
Well-
have to have people driving back and forth.
Will the sheriff's department gain any more employees because of this?
I believe they will, related specifically to the
Barnes-
cost of Barnstead.
Barnstead.
So essentially, if, let's use a hypothetical, 2 people come in, Barnstead goes back on its own, 2 people go out. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, yes, I see.
Direct,
Sure.
direct correlation.
What's the benefit to Barnstead?
It's good, it's going to be a lot cheaper.
Why?
They're gonna save a lot of money.
The county can do it cheaper than the town?
Yep.
Well, the county's already paying employee benefits and taxes and whatnot.
Right.
The town's not going to have to pay. They'll pay a portion of it,
Well, they'll pay, the sheriff has been,
right?
you know,
They won't
has
have to cover their,
really figured out what that cost is going to
Yeah.
be. So,
Is it going to cost Tilton money to,
no. That's
depends on the bookkeeping.
Well, we got good bookkeeping. We got real good bookkeeping.
Because I assume they'll use the cruisers, the sheriff's cruisers.
No,
They won't?
taking over the equipment from them. Yeah,
Very
we're getting-
nice.
We're getting all those types of things. And we asked the same question, the next question is, okay, but what about when that cruiser breaks down, or it needs parts, or it needs tires, or it needs whatever?
Needs a new one.
Right.
took the words out of my mouth?
The contract is going to contemplate dedicated equipment, maintenance, and all those types of things. So
Paid for by Barnes.
we asked exactly the same questions because unlike other things that we do, this is a very specific, direct, one town only benefit, and therefore the town should pay the direct cost of that back to the county, and it's not something that should be shared.
And that's the way it was when we had a contract with the town of Gilman, like 15 years ago.
It's not new. It's just sort of going
Well,
back.
back in the 70s, my father-in-law was pushing for the same thing for Sanbornton. Didn't go through, but...
Right. Yeah, it's interesting as we start looking at, what the costs of these things are and where they can be done more efficiently is the question. And in this case, and I'm not sure it would work for every town, that the math would work out the same way. In this case, it works out very substantially beneficial to the town of Delaware.
The
How many
smaller
full-time offices did they have?
I think they had 2. 4? 4.
And you're
So it was
gonna,
relatively small.
you're just going to dedicate 2?
I don't know. The plan is not in place yet. They're in negotiations over how all of that's going to work. But
So the thing is, you look at it and you say, that, they've got a relatively small, and maybe it would be cost-effective for them, whereas Tilton has a relatively large, probably the largest police force. It might not be relatively cost-effective to
Well,
do
for a
that.
community this size, population-wise, we certainly have a large
I
police
don't know that it
force.
would make sense for you.
Oh, they don't have an exit 20.
Right. Yeah, oh, yeah, right. But for them, it does, and this is just an example of looking at, how can county government help to be more efficient to, taxpayers across the county, and that's a way that it's clearly looks like a win-win scenario. A couple of additional things very quickly. Pat, I did add on here the Community Action Program, and I wanted to be able to stand up here and tell you once again
That you did
that
support them.
we've supported them in all of the areas that they requested. There was a reduction across the board to outside agencies because the delegation trimmed the commissioner's recommendation,
Right.
and we in turn pared that down internally with regard to a whole bunch of different places. So I just wanted you to know that because we've had that discussion, that running discussion for a while. Health insurance, there was a discussion, you'll recall, about whether or not the county could partner with some towns and provide health insurance at a lower cost. The answer that Deb established was that yes, we could partner with other towns. The problem is the towns would not benefit. It would be much more costly, just because of our insurance modifications and the types of employees that we have. But again, people asked, we looked, we researched it, we looked into it, and we did that in conjunction with the towns that were interested. And I think that the cool thing about that for me was the relationship, was that we were working together and looking at it and saying, can we save you money? Is it worthwhile? And that was a really worthwhile process. And we hope to keep that going with some new and different ideas as we move along. We've been told by Primex that they're not going to provide health insurance in the future, so we have put together at the county level a group of people who are going to be looking into what our health insurance provider is going to be in the future. Our broker essentially is going to be in the future, and we hope we're able to continue to promote wellness. I will point out that we did win a couple of awards from Primex this year. We won their overall risk management awards in all categories for what we've done to be able to manage our insurance costs down through wellness programs and health incentives and those types of things. So we're very proud of what we've been able to do to manage the cost and still provide real good employee benefits, and we're hoping to really continue that trend. Dispatch billing, we had a discussion with Guilford. Guilford had asked us if, had said we should bill everybody for dispatching on an a la carte basis. You might have heard that discussion between Selectman Benavides and I. And we looked at it and said, look, we're a county. We can't start breaking down everything the county does in county government and billing everybody directly. Guilford and Laconia may pay some portion or some share of a dispatch service they don't use. They could use if they chose to. We could certainly assist them in providing those services. If you look at something like Great Sturgeon Mutual Fire Aid, if we had countywide dispatch, we might be able to save everybody money. So we had to look at it from a practical perspective. And, you know, I'm sure on that spectrum, there are services that Laconia and Guilford use more of and less by other people. So it balances out. We had that discussion with the selectmen last night, and we don't know what will come of it. They may ask us to dispatch, and if that's the case, then it'll get put in the budget, and we'll work out how it's going to fall. We're working on the stimulus spending for facilities upgrades. What we're trying to do is we're trying to spend that money in a responsible way to pick up some real problems that we've had, some lingering problems, but things that you don't want to bond, roofs, HVAC systems that are emboldened in failure, those types of things that you know, are not really long-term enough to be bondable, but are pretty expensive and in pretty poor repair. So that list, you can actually see that list on our website, and you can see the progress that we're having on programs that we're doing. It's a little frustrating to me because they're not done, but we continue to persevere at that. When we're talking about awards, I should say we have with us members of the State Association of Counties Administrative Team of the Year that were voted the Administrative Team of the Year, and we have with us the County Administrator of the Year, voted by the same organization. We are very pleased, very thrilled, actually, with what we've been able to do with the concept of professional management across the county that we talked to you about. Starting to bring in all the peripheral pieces, taking all the bookkeeping, all the management, all the administrative functions from the nursing home, being able to pare down administrative positions while keeping a high level of nursing care. Our nursing home this year received a perfect survey from the state. We had no health care violations, none whatsoever. Only nursing home we know of in the state that received such a survey. We had two tiny minor things we had to fix on the facility side, which we already knew about. One was we had to put a drop ceiling in the kitchen, and we had to fix a range hood. That's it. So when you talk about that nursing home and you talk about, you know, we had that discussion last year about the nursing home, we're really still very proud of it, and that per bed, per day cost continues to be managed down through their efforts, through the administrative team's efforts. So we're really pleased to say we're doing our best to get those costs to where they ought to be while still providing that, you know, perfect level of health care. Some other regionalization opportunities that we want to throw out there. Health officers, welfare departments. We were asked last night if we could have a county-wide animal control officer because dogs don't say, wait, I can't stop, I can't cross the bridge because I'll be in Tilton. You know, so, you know, those ideas we still welcome. Are there other things that we could be doing? You know, should each town have a welfare department? Or should we have, you know, something more regionalized? Question, don't know. But we're trying to, while we're searching while we're searching to try to streamline county government, provide the services that we can best serve, we're looking around and seeing what the opportunities and options are. And sorry that took so long. But any questions, comments, thoughts, ideas?
We love our welfare department,
I know. You guys love lots of stuff out
and
here.
we adore our health officer.
Adore, I think, is the wrong word.
Oh, I adore. Adore.
That's wonderful. And you know, that's the great thing about this, is that we're not saying, you know, you have to do this, or you should do this. We're saying, what can we do? You know,
Right.
what sort of partnerships will work?
The only thing,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, the only thing I would think with that is it would be very, very difficult if you did this on county level. They're not going to have the same knowingness of what's going on in each
Intimacy,
town.
yep.
The intimacy, and I think that's part of what makes our program work is our health officer knows where these issues are going to crop up, and she knows what these issues are going to be. And the same with our welfare director. She knows her clients. She knows where they're coming from, how their upbringing, she knows a lot about them, and I don't know that you can get that on a regional basis, whether or not that can be done. I mean, maybe after years and years of doing it that way, but...
The other issue with a regionalized welfare setup would be, how do some of these people access services if they have no way to get there, as
Right.
opposed to, just getting to, if there was somebody and they were on a circuit and they went from town hall to town hall and you knew that they were going to be in your town hall on such and such a day each week, that's one thing. But if they are, say, set up in Laconia and we're down here in Tilton, some people can't get to
No, that doesn't
Laconia.
work.
Right.
That doesn't work for all the reasons that Pat and I have been...
And the state is thinking of doing the same thing, closing some of the district offices. The one in Laconia is slated to close, and they're saying, well, you can just go online. Well, not everybody has a computer. And you can go to a library, but that's not very private if you want nobody to know that you're a welfare recipient and you want some privacy and you out there sitting in the open at the library. So...
it's really interesting. All of those are questions. I read a little memo today that had some ideas about welfare, and all of those questions were in there. And I think that when we talk about this and when we talk with people about this, all those questions have to be answered if you're going to try to do it. And it may be one of those discussions where we get to the end of it and we say, you know what, the way that we do it is the best way to serve our constituent members in the towns. The way we do it may be the most economical way to do it. But if we don't start talking about these things and thinking about them, that's been the whole idea of the county conversations, is not to say you should do this or we could do it better or any of that sort of stuff. Is how can we help? What can we do to, there are some things that can work better. So why not talk about it? And it doesn't obligate anybody to anything. Right?
Right.
It's always
I agree.
good to communicate.
I agree.
My whole thing is, let's keep the taxes down as low as is feasible. I know that there's a core amount that we need to spend, and it makes economic sense to do so.
Right.
To go above and beyond that because it's nice, or we should, or whatever, it's breaking the backs of taxpayers, who, a lot of them don't have jobs.
Right. Your tax rate, your county tax rate did go down.
I know, and I love that.
And it went down, the cool thing about being able to say that is to say, not only did your tax rate go down, but our nursing home still received a perfect survey. So that's the goal to me, is we identify, government is a service business. So are we able to provide those services that we're required to provide or that are necessary for our constituents and still be able to do it in a reasonable way? That's why we're the administrative team of the year, is because we have people who are focusing on that exact analysis every single day. Right?
That's right.
No, that's really cool.
It's very cool.
Yes.
And,
Absolutely.
county conversations aren't happening in any other county. We're the only ones who do this.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is it.
Yeah,
we
thank you very much.
appreciate
I
it
guess
very
you don't
much.
have to if you don't want to, right?
We don't have to if we don't want to.
No, we love it.
Yep.
We love it.
And Nicholas, I'm
Absolutely love
sorry
it.
if I picked on you earlier. I didn't mean to make it bad on any level. I'm glad to see you.
No, and I think it's really neat to just go out and meet people in the towns. And people actually watch these on TV.
Yes, they
Yes,
do.
they do.
This one, they don't.
We have it streaming on the website now, and we they count the hits or whatever. We have some that are more popular than others.
Yeah, it's funny, I tease all my friends. They'll say, "Oh, yeah, I saw you on TV."
Only the back of your head.
People say this, though, right? To us, they say, "Oh, I saw you on TV the other night." I say, "Then you don't have enough to do."
Can I just say one thing? I think it was you that talked about being tested on this drug court.
Yes, could they do urinalysis at home?
Yeah, they can.
Every day that somebody goes into drug court, before they enter the courtroom, they are tested,
Uh-huh.
and the results will be before the judge.
Which is as it should be.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Anything else? Anybody?
Will you have public meetings as you go through this process of your, court program?
Yes.
Will you give us a schedule of those? I'd be interested in attending.
Right. The website is a new and pretty cool thing, too. You'll find a lot of stuff there. I don't
On the
know-
Belknap County?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't been there for a while.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It's better, huh?
Yeah, it's better, it's easier to use, and it's got a lot more information on it. It's updated
Okay.
pretty much more regularly. The other really cool
We'll make
thing...
sure you're notified.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The other really cool thing that Deb's done is she's got doing a lot more with employees on an intranet. So we have a whole way that people inside of the county can communicate. And this is the first year we did it, but we also took the county conversations to the employees. So we went down and had this same conversation with employees at every level. And it was a great, I got to give Deb credit again, it was a great idea because, people heard things like last year, the nursing home thing. When we had the meeting with our folks in the nursing home, no matter how much we said, "We heard you, we heard you, we heard you, we heard you, we heard you," they came into that really honestly, and they told me this, really honestly believing that we were bringing them in there to deliver the message that the nursing home was going to be sold. And it was so great. The conversation got so neat once people realized that wasn't the case, and we wanted to thank them. We said, "Hey guys, you guys are doing an absolutely fabulous job. Keep up the good work." And they really engaged us in a dialogue. And people who have been at Belknap County, there was a lady there who's been there almost 30 years, right? Who said...
An employee.
Yeah.
All right.
Who said to me... Yeah, right. Yeah.
Wow.
Good point. Who said to me,
She made
I
transition.
never even met a commissioner, let alone to come in and have this conversation. And it was, we did one at 10:30 at night, and we did them at all different hours so we could accommodate all the employees. So we're trying to do this differently, and we really appreciate the support that you guys are giving us and the feedback you're giving us in terms of doing that.
Thank you.
And I have Pat Constantino's card right on the dashboard of my truck because
That's a dangerous place.
because I remember she said to me 2 years ago, was it? When we were talking about CAP. She said, I said, "Well, give me your card and I'll get back to you." She said, "I'm going to give you a handful to make sure you do." So I still have one.
Thank you very much, folks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you
Appreciate
for
you
coming.
Yes.
Thank you for the candy,
Yep.
which I don't.
Have some. Does Nicholas, you want some candy?
Even embarrassing.
Want to take them some? Take them some.
Well, take a representative. We have lots of kinds.
Okay. Great. And then I might need another one.
Uh-huh.
Good night.
Good night. Well, that was enlightening.
That was an excellent meeting. That's gives you hope.
Expansion of the
Gives you hope.
corrections, still I find disappointing. Not that we're doing it so much as that we have to.
I love their idea that they go back out to that they actually go to talk to the employees.
Oh, yeah.
We hear every day from
Right.
our taxpayers what they want. We hear at town meeting from our taxpayers what they want, but it's so, it's not so often that, we do ask, but it's not so often that we hear from our employees what what it is they would like to see changed or modified, or,
Right.
you know,
Well, we do
is it
indeed.
necessary, is it not necessary? So maybe we should think about this come the fall budget season, you know, have a employees' town meeting.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
And every Thursday night, we meet here at
A little-
Town Hall, and the employees of the town are absolutely welcome to come on down and express their views.
No, I think we should have a special time, but, you know, one time, like a town hall
Sounds good.
meeting for employees, so they could come and talk to us and let us know that there are things maybe in the municipal employees manual, maybe, I don't know, dress code, maybe the way that the sidewalks are sanded, who knows, you know? We never
I
know.
think that's a good idea.
They could tell us.
Maybe they don't like our revision of the no facial jewelry. Could be anything.
They can tell us what they feel works and what doesn't.
Exactly, what works and what doesn't. I think that's a great idea. I made a note of that. Okay. Wow, they were quick. All right, it's 6:30. We have another appointment that may or may not be in non-public. So we have the approval of the minutes, and we have Joyce, so however we want to do it. You want to do the minutes first, Joyce, or the Joyce and then the minutes?
Joyce first.
We've got to get those minutes out because we have a right to know request.
We will, but
Okay, Joyce? All this time we were sitting there with Pat Constantine in front of you.
Really?
Yep. You're gonna take the heat on TV now.
Uh-oh, where am I? Is this me? Confuse them.
I can't at this angle.
Is your staff getting smaller, Joyce?
wow.
Yeah, when she comes in on a small stack,
We
that's when
worry.
it gets scary.
Yeah.
Because more of it's up here.
Under your, selectmen's report, you're going to talk about the RDA meeting at the Grange. Pat and I and Tom Gallant met with Karen Demers, and his first name is Mark, I can't remember his last name, from USDA for the $3,000 community facilities grant that will be used to defray some of the ADA improvements that we're making. So it was a ton of paperwork about this thick for the grant, but we know what the requirements are, and we just have to wait for their letter, which we should be getting very soon, so we can proceed with the improvements. So it was very, very good meeting. I'm ready to submit the accident report, the liability insurance claims report with the pictures that you took, but you wanted to talk with the board about that?
Has everybody seen the pictures?
Yep.
Catherine, you haven't. You don't have a computer.
Here.
Print them out by any chance?
I do, I think I have them here.
I did.
We,
If we submit another claim for water damage, the insurance company's going to wonder what the heck is up.
Is what it is.
I know. I'm just being facetious, but
I know what you mean, though.
this is, but there,
That's in my downstairs.
now what,
when I came back from Business Park Drive, Tim and Al were in the hallway, and they say, oh, that issue is condensation. And I don't know whether it is or it isn't. It's two walls. It's definite, severe enough to have someone look at it. It really needs to be resealed and painted. It doesn't start right from the top. It starts from the third row down on the bricks. It doesn't start in the corner, it starts in the, over the offices, there's nothing, but in the, from where the offices stop, and then along that wall, it's really bad. And the other two walls are unaffected, totally unaffected. Is it condensation, or is it a roof leak? What is it? I don't know. I'd rather leave that up to the experts. So Joyce asked whether or not we should submit a claim, and I said, well, we can talk about it tonight.
I've seen them.
I'd rather leave it up to the board's consensus on that.
Have we had anybody look at the building that would know roof leak from condensation?
Tom was with me because he was the one that brought it to my attention that there was an issue, and he didn't feel that it was condensation.
Well, he would be an expert in my world.
Well, I don't,
It's hard to imagine a wall like that condensating because it's so thick, and we don't... Now, do we heat the inside of that? I mean, temperature, it's not completely unheated.
it's on 45 in the wind, in the...
Right, so it doesn't drop below freezing.
Right.
But if those are cinder blocks and the core is filled by grout, which I suspect, there's an insulating quality there. Plus the
Yeah.
fact we don't let it...
Right.
Right. I mean, that's a pretty
Won't
thick
those things
wall
sweat?
for there to be condensation.
I would think that there would be more than one wall affected. All four walls would be affected
True.
if it's a, you know,
If
It
it was
wouldn't be
sweat.
indigenous just to the two walls. It would
Right.
be, yeah.
Right.
And you'd actually have to get up right at the roof to see if it was coming there.
It's a strange thing.
that I wasn't going on up the roof.
Maybe we should have someone that look at it. I mean, maybe it's something as simple as we've got some, good deal of missing grout on one side or something where the moisture is getting through.
It doesn't cost us anything to file the claim.
Right.
Correct.
If we file the claim, the adjuster comes up, he looks at the roof, he goes up on the roof.
They
If
bring
there's
the
an issue-
experts.
If there's an issue with the roof, then they're going to tell us if there's not an issue with the roof, and they feel that it's something different, it's our problem, our issue, then
Okay.
we deal with it then. My own personal opinion, I don't know what the other...
That sounds like a good idea.
They're going to bring the experts. That's the way to go.
Well, they had an engineer actually come and look at our wall here at the town hall and prepare a report
Right.
on what needed to be done, so when I submit this, I'll ask if that's possible.
Yep.
Okay.
And I put you as the contact person. Okay. The only response I received from the Parks Commissioners on the letter that we sent them for Old Home Day was Bob Hardy, and he said that they're not planning on selling any food.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay.
Did he address the vendor issue?
Did not. He said, we'll discuss this at our meeting on the 5th. And your to be signed should be that hawkers and peddlers license.
Yep.
Yep. I guess while we're talking about that, the only thing I would like to know is, I thought when we left here Thursday that most of us felt that that was something that was going to be taken care of on Friday. And, we kind of told you really how we felt about it, and, I would have just appreciated if you'd just sent something out. You kind of knew from our discussion at that night that really what we were looking for was just so that they understood why. I guess what bothers me is I don't want you to feel, if we've asked you and we've talked about it, I don't want you to feel that you can't do it. I guess that's what bothered me more than anything else, is that you would be sitting there feeling that you can't just do it, you've got to send something out. There's times when, yes, we do say, yeah, we'd like to see, what you put together, but on this particular one, I think we were pretty specific, as far as what our feelings were, and, I would have appreciated the fact if you'd have just sent something out the next day, and, I don't want you to feel like, that we asked you to do it, so, I want you to feel that nothing's going, we don't need to check every single thing, that, you have the knowledge, and you're already, as the town administrator, you were part of our whole discussion. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think it's very important that, that we're not looking, when you do things like this, that you have to have us go over every single thing.
Okay.
I don't feel that way. I have confidence that you're going to do an excellent job, and I read the letter, and I had absolutely no issues with it. You covered every point that we talked
Yeah,
about.
the only thing that I would say is make sure you spell check, and you reread what you're sending out to, but I mean, because that would be the only thing, I mean, if we didn't have that kind of confidence in you, Joyce, you wouldn't have your job here.
Right.
So when we're telling you, go ahead and do it tomorrow, we're not looking to edit what you've done.
Right.
Hopefully we've given you enough of a direction. If you're still unsure, then you ask. But otherwise, if we say, Joyce, we need you to do this, and please do it tomorrow, you got the go-ahead, you got the green light.
Right.
Well, somehow I feel we deviated from a normal process. I mean, Joyce obviously felt that she wanted input from us, and typically, a draft letter is prepared and sent out to the board for comments and editing, and I know I'm guilty of not looking in timely fashion and commenting and editing.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think if we do, right, if we stick to that standard, I think that works. Send out the draft, we comment, we edit. If we
Well, the
don't
problem
comment,
is,
if we don't comment and edit, then it's our fault. I mean, you knew it was timely, send it out.
Yep.
You've sent out the draft, and now it's up to us
Because
to respond.
the problem is, I can be guilty of the same thing. I don't look at my emails every day. I don't even look at my personal emails every day. So, if you do send out a draft and say, what do you think, please let me know by such and such a time. If I'm reading and it's after that time, it's like my own darn fault if I had any input.
But I would like to have seen that letter go out much quicker than it did.
Okay, one of the things was that Thursday night, when you talked about it, I'd emailed Peg, because I wanted a copy of the vendor, the application, the permit application and their guidelines. And I tried to get on Friday, but she didn't get back to me. Also, you had stopped in mid-morning and had raised some more questions I just didn't have the answer to, so I didn't feel comfortable crafting a letter until I had the answers to the questions that I had.
Well,
and
and
then,
shame on me for doing that.
No, and then the other thing was just in this particular instance, because it was one board speaking to another commission, that it really needed to be crafted exactly the way the board wanted it, because it's...
What I don't want to happen is that we make a decision, because not all of our decisions are unanimous. And when we sit here at a selectmen's meeting and we hash over an issue and we come up with a reasonable attempt at a middle-of-the-road consensus, and we give that to you and say, okay, we all can live with this. This is what we would like. This is what we would like you to do. And then the next day, or the next 2 days, when you finally get to do that letter, you ask us individually a question about that, and then it changes the perspective. It actually changes your perspective. And we only can answer our perspective, not our board. And that's why we sit as a whole board here. And, and oftentimes I'm asked, well, what do you think about this, Pat? And in this particular case, I was asked to edit this. And I don't feel, first of all, I don't feel it's my place to edit it. Because I think it's the board's place to edit it, and it's all of us to do that. And we shouldn't be holding that up for that, but
Right.
we all had input into this, and it is a very sensitive nature, and it
That's
was,
the word I was looking for, sensitive.
it was sensitive in nature, and it was time sensitive. So we had two sensitivities that we had to protect here. And unfortunately, I have no idea why they decided not to. I'm really disappointed that they are not going to, because it only meant filling out an application, but it would have been exciting to see all of us come together in a nice community affair, but in any event, it's very hard to say, all of us together, say, okay, do you have this? Do you have these thoughts? Do you have this? And then go ahead the next day and try to craft that without going back individually to us and say, well, what about this? Well, what about that? If you have questions, it should come back to all of us instead of individually, I guess is what I'm saying. It should come back to all of us at the same time. And that way we can all put our input in again, because
Okay.
it might be something that I'm very passionate about that, someone else is totally against. I mean,
But I also like Norm's idea, just put a time restraint on it, say, if I don't hear from you by X time, I'm going to go ahead and send the email. And that way, if we don't respond, it's kind of our fault. I mean, I did read it, and I told you when I wrote back, I had absolutely no problem with what you'd written. I thought you covered everything we did.
And I suppose as individuals, if we do read it, even within the time frame, we ought to respond. If we have
should.
no problems with it, say, yeah, it looks good to
Looks
me.
great.
You
Yeah.
know, just so that she knows.
Right.
And we all know, because it should be going to all of us, that
Right.
each one has read it. And if, say for instance, I don't see it in 2 days, till 2 days after the deadline, I don't comment, it's because I didn't see it and it was too darn late. My fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, I sent this to Norm. I had received a complaint about, at Riverfront Park, that some of the people using the park may be leaving their refuse at the Riverfront Place refuse container. So I told the individual that I would relay this information to the board and to the Parks Commission.
Yeah, and I will let Parks Commission know at their next meeting. Unfortunately, I mean, whether it's somebody that booked the park or just somebody that was using the park, thinking that that dumpster is there for the park, there's not really much we can do about it. It'd be up to him saying that this dumpster is for the use of Riverfront Place only,
Yeah.
not the park.
Maybe you could hang a sign on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean...
Usually keeps that locked.
Well, from what I got from Joyce's email is whoever threw the rubbish in the dumpster, he took it out and brought it back over and put it in the parking lot, as I understand, and not necessarily throwing it into a trash bin.
Right.
So technically, that makes him responsible for littering by just throwing it in the parking lot, whether it was
Really,
bagged or not.
That really surprises me, because I know when the Winnipesaukee River Trails, when we leased the building last year, part of the keys that we got, one of them was for the dumpster, so that we could unlock it and put our...
Maybe they just left it next to the dumpster,
Oh, that could be.
Well, he also had called the police, so the police responded, went to the highway garage, and Dennis did go and pick up the bag.
It was booked on Sunday for a graduation party,
So
and it
that's
could
telling
have
me
been
that
them.
somebody didn't do the walk-through after the graduation party.
Right.
Well, even if, and
They
I
might not
was,
have noticed that down by that.
yeah,
dumpster.
I mean, I wouldn't think if there was a trash bag sitting over by Riverfront Place's dumpster that it came from the park. I just wouldn't even think about looking in the direction of their dumpster. We have trash receptacles placed throughout the park, and if these people are going to walk all the way over to the dumpster as opposed to using one of the trash receptacles, which would be closer,
Yeah.
I mean, you can only do so much with people.
Well, maybe he should just put a little sign on the dumpster, just saying for Riverfront.
Place.
Riverfront Place tenant only.
He shouldn't have to. We should
Or we can
We
hang
should
a
make a
sign.
note on our on our walkthrough form for Riverfront Park, the commissioners should just add some information there.
Yep.
That there is
Explain the
no
garbage,
dumpster available for Riverfront Park. The dumpster in the
Cans
parking
before.
lot is for
If you're,
Riverfront Place
if the
use.
trash receptacle, if you have more trash than the receptacle can handle, take it with you.
Well, you know, when I was doing inspections myself, a lot of times, especially like birthday parties, they would fill it up and they'd tie it up and put a clean bag in there. You know, they would have brought a bag, but they'd take the one out of the dumpster and several of them took it with them.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah.
You know, if we have to, then maybe that should be part of the thing, that all trash you generate, you will have to take with you.
Well, hopefully not, but
Yeah.
if this
Well, I don't wanna
continues,
go
we
that
might have
route.
to change that rule. Yep.
This is the invoice for Hiltz. That's the only invoice we have for the hay bales,
Well, this is Dennis's invoice to Hiltz, the work that he did on that emergency work on the
On
DES.
the bridge,
And the total was $500.39.
that's been sent out, correct?
No, it's waiting for our,
just your approval.
Oh, I would love to sign it.
This is what
Approve it
Dennis
or
and I
whatever.
this
came
kind
up
of
with.
doesn't seem like enough, because don't we have employees?
Wasn't it overtime?
It was not overtime. He said all the work was done on Friday. Nobody worked on Saturday.
But it was Friday evening, though.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be an aggravation fee?
No, it was when we were out there on Friday. Remember
Put in the
Arthur and
level of
Jay
work they
and
did,
and
that's
Dennis
probably
were there
about right, I would guess.
Yeah.
with the superintendent? He said it was only an hour and a half.
Okay.
They work with.
So, do you want to take a look at that?
The only thing that I did different than what Dennis had given me is I did the full cost of the benefits.
Right. Oh, this is the same thing you'd included with the email that you sent. Yep.
The hourly rate that's figured here for our men, is that our exact cost?
You
Or
have the
is this-
spreadsheet.
Right here.
This is each individual that worked, that's their hourly rate, and then these are the cost of their individual benefits.
So it is our exact cost.
Seems like it should be like 25,000 more.
But it's also adding in all the benefit rates, too.
Yeah.
So it does raise it on the other end.
In the construction world, this would be a screaming deal.
When we told them and spoke to them on the phone, when we said that we would have Dennis, I don't know if this sheds any light on it, but when I spoke with Todd Query on the phone, I said, we will have Dennis work on this and you will be billed overtime hours. So,
At an overtime rate?
yes, at an overtime rate.
Oh, then I can change that. Is that what the board wants?
He was aware that he was going to get commercial, I said commercial overtime rate.
Then I can recalculate that quite easily.
Besides, you didn't put in the town administrator's cost for doing up a bill in the first place.
Now, even if we didn't incur overtime hours,
That makes a difference if you say it to him. I don't care either way, it doesn't matter to me.
I didn't pass it on to Joe to look at, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
if that's Dennis's bill, I've seen it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, it's the itemized thing that you sent out. Now, you want to charge time and a half even if we didn't actually incur time and a half?
When I spoke with him on the phone to get people out there, prior to getting the folks out there, I told him that they would be billed as a commercial overtime rate.
Okay.
That's what I said to him. You folks can overturn me, so.
Well, I'm uncomfortable with charging time and a half if we didn't incur it unless he was told that in advance.
He was told that.
Okay.
At a time and a half rate?
Yes.
To have to send
Commercial
somebody
time and a half
out there
rate.
was,
Overtime
It
rate.
was clearly indicated that he wasn't going to get charged our exact cost.
So when you say commercial overtime rate
Would be the going commercial rate.
What
for
is that?
for a foreman?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any idea,
For labor?
Catherine?
I would just, you know,
Do overtime.
At this
Just-
point, I
just
would
do it,
just
yeah, just
bill
do it
their,
overtime.
those hours at time and a
you know,
half.
he responded, I'd feel differently if, I mean, he was right there. They
He sent
came.
somebody else,
He
yeah.
sent somebody out.
Right.
They didn't have the ability to do anything that night, but they were definitely there the next morning.
Right.
So they responded in a timely manner,
Right.
but I'd feel differently if it took them 3 or 4 days to get there.
Okay.
But I think if you make those time and a half rates,
Okay, also, I spoke with
that works.
Kathy Scambati, and she said within the next 2 weeks, she'll have a list of the landscaping items that were
Wonderful.
damaged.
Terrific.
Does anybody apologize to Ms. Gambati?
Yes.
Yeah.
person.
The three of, Catherine, Sandy, and...
I've been, every time I'm
myself,
there, I'm looking for it, so, and I would walk over and
Walk
introduce myself and apologize on behalf of myself and the town.
We did that.
Okay.
Yep.
They're very nice people.
I know they are.
It's a
I've met her
great loss
before.
losing her as state senator. Huge loss.
On Ernie's, I'm just trying to keep these things numbered for Catherine for when she does the minutes. I received an email, let me do this in order.
Thank you.
From Ken Norton, where he went and he measured all the areas needing to be secured at Ernie's, and he came up with his dimensions. He said, "Joyce, can you also let Pat know that I checked the whole area and everything is secure at this point, and other than the cellar area where there is no point of access without breaking windows or forcing entry, he will continue to check at least every 2 weeks as we discuss. We'll see about the materials and then schedule the workday." And then I got an email from Rick just this evening saying that they're trying to set a date for either July 16th or July 23rd. So I told him I'm available July 16th. And then the other thing is we got a letter from the Conservation Commission. They had their meeting this week. I don't know if you wanted to read this.
That was quick.
What is it?
A letter from the
Isn't it
Conservation
Monday?
Commission.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I have a question regarding the existing trail.
Well, go ahead and, we got this letter that we need to address first. And then you do the...
All right, I can wait until after that.
This is going
I've
in
seen
with
it. You
Ernie's.
probably saw it, too.
I was at the meeting.
So, I don't think that it needs to be cordoned off, do you?
The reasoning that they used was that because there are soils that shouldn't be disturbed, that, and people are always in there parking and walking and going around, that the only way to really keep those soil, because they don't even know exactly the extent of them, that the only way to do it would be to cordon off the area to prevent parking or people from mistakenly going in there, walking their dogs, ATV, that kind of stuff. That was their thinking.
Rope it off so nobody can drive in?
And that's right.
The Department of Environmental Services, I think, would have given us that order. It's just like Riverfront Park. We didn't have to prevent people from being in the park when it was...
You did or did not?
Did not. We didn't have to do that. That would be really hard to police. We'd always have people in there. There's constantly fly fishermen down in that river. I think
Well,
unless-
Peninsula Park would still be open to parking and use for people who wanted to fly fish.
I think unless the Department of Environmental Services instructs us to do so, we should leave it as it is. Because if we cordon it off for people to go in there, how are we going to be able to go in there and clean it up?
Move the cordoning, and we're not talking about chain link fencing here.
Yeah, but if we're telling other people not to disturb it, then we can't very well be on it.
That's a good point, huh, Catherine?
Motors and tires and, you see what I mean?
The disturbing of soils is an issue, I think, with the Conservation Committee. There was some report that Kathy Mitchell had, I think, a couple of meetings back that talked about the soils and don't disturb the soils. And if you disturb the soils, then you had to do something else. I don't know, but
think
that's where they're coming from anyway.
It has more to digging. Typically, asbestos is airborne. Typically
There's lead and mercury
lead
in
and
the
mercury,
ground,
those
apparently.
are heavy minerals that are not so much airborne.
That's
just
where the whole
asbestos.
disturbing the soil
Asbestos
thing.
is only a danger when it is airborne.
Right.
Right.
You can eat asbestos and be okay. If you inhale it, that's where you have
That's
issues.
exactly right.
I think I'm going to pass either way.
So I would, like I said, my suggestion is to let DES dictate what we do to that property.
I agree.
So in lieu of DES requirement,
Okay, Norm, go ahead, you had that question.
As far as the existing trail,
Yeah, one more thing with Ernie's.
all right.
Sorry, Norm.
I don't have the email. I believe I did email this to the board. It was from Kim Coulee, LRPC. I had spoken with him and asked for some clarification on the phasing of the grant. Did I send this to you?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, I did get it.
You did? Okay. Did you get this, Catherine?
I don't have a computer.
Okay, I'll
I'm
take that and I'll
computerless. I'm so
copy it.
upset by it, too.
I'm just wondering, did you want me to share that information with anyone other than,
There must be a pod.
did you want the Conservation Commission to have that? Or just, right now, it's just the Trails people and the selectmen that have it?
I don't care either way.
What is this exactly?
They're just saying that it would put the
Here's
building
what-
down.
Where things stand with
If I remember correctly, they're saying
supplemental?
you can take it down.
the rules change,
Right.
and the cleanup issues become
Change.
forefront,
Yeah,
and money
it's
at
just not a
20,000
good
won't
thing.
touch it,
I think that it's fine.
We made the right decision.
as it turns out, yes. At least there were 4 of you who had the foresight. I still want the
Catherine, you
building
can keep
down.
that.
Well, thank you.
Well, I want it down, trust
Oh,
me.
we all want
We
it
all
down.
want it down.
No, if it was gone today, I wouldn't be upset.
Well, after talking with Kim, and it's a good
We got
thing we
about
didn't
10
have it
minutes.
torn down.
Okay.
Go ahead. No.
Okay, my wife and I walked the trail for the first time Sunday, and since the town of Tilton is charged with the maintenance of that trail, there are some issues of washouts. Some are very, very, very minor. The worst ones are where the trail abuts McDonald's property. And there is wooden fencing along the trail, between the trail and on the riverside. One of the 2x8s, I think they are, is missing, and another one is partially off. And somebody had smashed glass against the bridge support of the northbound 93 lane, and it's on the trail. And I was just wondering what the WRTA's plans are for taking care of that before somebody comes back on the town and says, you're not maintaining the trail.
Okay, first of all, it's right now where we are in the stage of the process, it's still in the construction stage, the construction phase. So the town of Northfield, as municipal managers, are still responsible for that phase because they haven't, they still have outstanding work orders. And I think Rick had touched upon that at the last meeting. So as far as, I mean, we're concerned anyway because of any liability issues, but it's not Tilton's it's not our responsibility right now to be maintaining that. If there's a problem, we would call Northfield.
Okay, well, just as long as it doesn't come back on the town of Tilton.
Even though
because-
these are Tilton issues, we
But
call Northfield, yeah?
even when it is
Northfield
Tilton's
was-
responsibility, it's the WRTA that'll do the maintenance.
Right, and it was Northfield's, I mean, the way this whole thing was set up, Joe, originally, Northfield was commissioned with overseeing the construction of the trail, and once it's done, it's Tilton's responsibility to maintain it. But
I have a
we're
question.
going to, the WRTA will actually be maintaining it,
I
but
have a question. None of that trail, not a single foot of it, runs through Northfield,
it's an
right?
extension of the trail that comes from Franklin through Northfield, and then...
Yeah, but the trail we're talking about, not an inch of it is in Northfield.
Yes, but they manage the Phase 1 portion of it.
Right.
They get the Phase 2.
They're the municipal managers of the
Of
trail
phase, right.
project.
Right.
Okey doke.
No matter what town it's, whether it's Tilton or Northfield, they're the municipal managers.
That
Like the fact that
Really big.
that bridge, we had
Once it's
told them when we did a
completed,
walkthrough.
goes to the various
That's the
towns.
fencing
But we have
contractor,
an
that's his
agreement with
responsibility to
WRTA
fix
For
that.
them
Our
to take care of it.
So we
I-
tell Glenn, and then Glenn,
Or we
it's his
close it.
responsibility to make sure that the
Well,
contractor
broken glass
fixes
on
it.
the
I
trail,
can't
so
call it a
somebody
fencing
should be taking
contractor
care of it,
yet.
right?
Well, I didn't know if the trail, that portion of the trail was considered complete.
It has not.
Okay, well, but, I mean, if somebody from at least could go out there and pick up the glass, I would have picked it up myself, but I didn't have anything to put it into at the time. And it's just, right at the bridge support for the northbound lane of 93. Somebody like smashed bottles against it or something.
And like anytime there's graffiti, the Trails Association does have paint.
There is graffiti on
Because that
the,
was clean
on the
like 3 weeks ago.
concrete. It's on the concrete of, I want to say that box culvert.
Okay, so we're done with the trail? Okay, Catherine, the island MOU that the board had signed last weekend, it references some attachments. So I want to make sure that the town of Northfield has the correct attachments. There were 3 things that are referenced in the memorandum: the scope of work, the reservation packet, and the 2 agreements, the agreement between the 2 chiefs. So we have the memorandum of understanding, but we need to attach these.
Has Steve, Chief Adams, and Chief Cormier met and added that verbiage they needed to add? The memorandum of understanding between the 2 police departments was very inclusive as far as what the Tilton officers could do on Northfield, in the town of Northfield, because the island is in fact in the town of Northfield. But it did not reciprocate that authority to the Northfield policeman who, once he's on the bridge, is in the town of Tilton and on our streets directing traffic. So it was that reciprocating
It needs to be...
authority to allow him to act as a police officer in the town of Tilton that needed to be added. Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, I emailed it to...
They're covered through our extended authority agreement, but I think we probably should add the language about that they have that ability as well.
Well, that's what that's what Steve suggested, is that, because we were very explicit on what Tilton could do in Northfield, that we also say what is explicitly allowed for Northfield to do in Tilton. And that's the only thing that's missing. It's a very small part.
But on the memorandum of understanding, I thought we addressed the issue of the attachments, because that's what we corrected in the memorandum of understanding when we said that under the maintenance, we said the Northfield Highway and Tilton Public Works. And then under police coverage, we said the Tilton and Northfield Police Departments. And then there was one other place that we,
Number 7, fair agreement, along with the
the
Tilton.
Island Park maintenance and maintenance. So the scope of work is the maintenance.
Yeah, scope of work is in the
So
maintenance.
what we tried to do is incorporate those 3 documents into this memorandum of understanding. So I don't,
When this was,
where do you
when this
say
was
attachments?
these are part of it. These documents are part of this agreement. When this agreement was emailed to them, I had asked, do you want to include the documents that it's referring to? And
Yes.
Catherine said, no, they already have them. But I want to make sure that what we have are the documents, because
Now that it's been signed.
we had just kind of moved the headings
They do all
around.
have those attachments.
Okay. But they don't have
We
these.
should send them all at once. Yes, they do.
They should have those.
They have that entire
They've never
package.
commented on them to correct them or anything, nor
No,
Right,
yes,
but
they
remember,
Norm
we,
did.
No, they have. Jeff and Jamie have said those documents are fine. That the Tilton Northfield
Reservation form.
Island Park reservation packet was fine.
okay, and the
That document
indemnification.
was fine.
Okay. Because all we did, Catherine, is we changed the headings.
Correct.
We changed the
The
heading.
headings
All
to
right.
reflect Tilton and Northfield.
Okay.
Yeah, we made
There
them
was
all.
no change to this, and then
Correct.
this was still being worked on.
Yeah.
They have to sign that, right? They have to make a change to that.
Yeah, they're going to amend it and then make a change.
The 2 chiefs will have to do that.
So,
Okay.
But there are 3 parts to the memorandum of understanding.
right.
Right,
That you just went over them.
yes. I just want to be clear.
So when you send this when you send them this, I personally believe that we should send all 3 of those documents again so they have them in one.
Yes.
Yep, this is the
Absolutely.
agreement.
Yes.
All 3 that you just ran over comprise the
That
agreement.
one
Yeah.
memorandum of understanding,
Right.
correct. I agree.
Do you want me to wait until they sign theirs?
No, because they'll just make it an addendum.
All right.
As the chief said, it's already really there, we're just being very explicit about it.
Right.
I wouldn't wait. We have one more week.
We have, no.
And there's a
isn't it
concert?
next week? Isn't it next week, the
Right.
30th or something?
Yeah,
Right,
Is
one
it
more
July
week.
1st? Is
One
the-
more week.
Yeah, the porta potties in.
Yeah.
Alan,
Didn't notice.
yeah,
Porta potty is there.
Oh, did it go in today?
No, last week.
Last week?
and Alan stopped.
Here, okay, never mind.
You'll see it.
We've been in the same
I'm going to be
place.
looking hard, yeah. I thought it
Alan
was
is
going
not
somewhere
well,
else,
So Chris
apparently.
Meinhold has been helping him with everything,
I
so
stopped
I
right
just
by where
worry
I thought
about
it
his
was going to
health.
be to look
Okay,
at
so
it.
Joyce has
Gone from where I put it. And somebody tied it up on the railroad thing. Okey dokey, but I parked right there and didn't even see it. Very small. Now it's bigger. Okay.
All right. This is a letter to the Tilton Northfield Fire Districts saying that we would forego the building. We would forego one of the generators if the fire district reimburses the town for the cost of the building permit. The amount of the building permit fee is $2,060. Unfortunately, our budget is extremely tight this year, which does not allow for any reduction in revenues. Please understand that this was a difficult decision because we have to balance the needs of the town with the needs of the district.
And I had called Tom Gallant and left him a voicemail message, and I'd also called the fire chief to let him know that this letter was coming. I had to confirm with Al, it was a little confusing on the number of building permits that we had, but I verified with Al that that's the amount of the building permit, and I'll include a copy of that with the letter.
You want us to sign this one, I take it?
Well, I want to make sure everybody's
Okay.
okay with the letter.
The other thing I just wanted to mention with the island, I had spoken with Tim about the board had decided to move the amount that was budgeted for the island from the Parks Commission expense line item to the island expense line item, and he had contacted Bob Hardy because he was waiting for a breakdown, because when the Budget Committee had reduced their budget, we didn't know exactly what had been reduced.
Right?
So I hope they didn't reduce the island.
They just took a number and reduced it.
Yeah, the Budget
They
Committee.
didn't reduce it by any specific
Yeah.
area.
Because
They just
in,
did
in,
it in total.
and it has to do with the fact that the Parks Commission wanted to take the unspent portion of last year's budget and put it into that capital reserve
Yep.
account. And they felt that, well, if that's the case, then we're going to reduce your operating budget by that much. Because there was, I don't know, it's supposed to be like $50,000 plus in there or something?
Well, the Budget Committee felt that they could use that capital reserve fund for other things other than what it was designed for.
Right?
And unfortunately, the Park Commissioners can't. The capital reserve fund is for developing recreational
And they-
needs.
and-
It's not for maintenance and repair work.
And this year, they have stepped up to the plate to provide recreational events, such as the fishing, which was rather successful. And they're going to do a scaled-down version in August, I think.
Yeah, I think this.
And, you know, the Easter egg hunt, well, the weather was against us on that one. Who knew it was going to snow? And then there's an ongoing photo contest. You know, anybody right now can go out and take photographs in any one of our parks and submit them to the photo contest.
One other thing with the fire district, I believe I did email to the board that next Wednesday, June 29th, the time was at 5:30. He called me and said it's been changed to 6 o'clock, where the commissioners are having a work session with the Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid Association. And what I was...
6 p.m.?
6 p.m. And what I'll do is, this is our file that I've been keeping on all this, so I'm going to leave this on your selectmen's, so, just so you can refresh yourselves.
That meeting is Wednesday?
Wednesday at
Wednesday.
6, and it's at the Northfield Town Hall. So, I mean, I'll be happy to make copies of everything,
Which
but
one's
it's just
the
be easier if I just left you the whole file, and you can take it with you.
Save the paper.
I called Peter Phillips today to find out if he had heard anything from the union on signing the contract. He said he had emailed and he put a call in, and I checked with you tonight, you haven't heard anything, so he'll stay on it. But I told him, since I'm going to be gone next week, now he emails you everything anyway, but that if he physically had to have the signed contract, to
I want it
contact
back.
Catherine, and Catherine can make sure that the board has it.
Okay.
So let me understand this. They have not signed this contract. Does that mean we have a contract?
Yes, we have a contract.
What if they don't sign it? What does that mean? We have a contract under protest?
They had agreed to everything, they had TA'd everything, and so it was just a matter of having the legislative
Well, we know
body.
They're not happy right now, though.
Right. We have to, we can answer that question later.
Okay.
Before you go on to another topic, can I just ask one question regarding this letter to the fire district? It's addressed to Tom Gallant.
Yes.
Is he the chairman?
No, if you, in the back of that is the letter from the fire
Emails
commission,
are coming from him.
and they said to
Okay.
refer everything to Tom.
Right.
Tom was the contact.
Okay, that was my only,
In this situation, it's him.
So are we going to sign
Board to
it?
sign it.
You make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we sign the letter to the Tilton Northfield Fire Department
second.
concerning the generators.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then,
Did you do that?
The only other thing I have is doing the 2 letters. I haven't gotten any response from Lauren yet on the question from last week on the land swap. I had emailed her. I hadn't heard back from her yet.
On the subject of Lauren, we have a bill for over $1,000, and I understand $182 of that is working specifically on the water issue. Wasn't that issue part of Avatar's problem too?
Oh, I think so.
Then why are we paying $182 to Avatar to fix it? It was their issue that caused the problem. It's causing us a lot of money.
It was their issue entirely that caused
Yep.
us all that. I wouldn't sign
It was
that.
something that they didn't catch, and they should have. When they fixed something last year,
Right.
it generated this problem.
They're
Within
not-
their computer system, it was nothing that we did.
Then I would like to make a motion that we hold this check to Avatar until the matter's resolved.
I'd like to talk to Ms. Martin about it face to face and eyeball to eyeball, and find out why we would owe that money.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I have some, you're doing a non-public
Yes.
this evening?
Yep.
I have just some legal correspondence to share with the board.
Okay.
And then we have the letters to Ryan, to the 2 officers.
Yes, I read them. Very nice. Anybody else want to read them?
Yeah, I haven't seen those yet.
Thank you.
One of 2 emails I
I
didn't
have
get
it
to
on
read.
my laptop, so if we want
I didn't
to
check
tweak
today.
it, make it a little more personal.
I assume it was today.
Okay, so there's,
To hold that.
yep. And I'm gonna, should I hold on the manifest itself or no?
No, we'll know to not do it.
So when we sign the manifest, it's all but that.
Right.
And what else? Thank you for buying the candy.
Yes, thank you very much.
You should have seen me getting it into my truck. Problem is, I had a cart, and they parked so close. With my truck, I couldn't get the cart in between to unload it into the truck. So I was next to one of those where you put the cart, so I pulled it in there, had to climb under the cart corral, open up my truck door, and then go.
That I would have liked to see.
Why don't you just tie the cart on the back of the truck and take it over?
But fortunately, when I got back here, Gus and Al helped me.
How much did you buy?
You don't want to know.
Lots.
You bought candy too, huh?
Lots.
No, just for you guys.
I bought 17 pounds of candy
Oh,
today.
that's not even, that's just a
In addition
drop in
to
the
this.
bucket.
I didn't know where the candy came from, and I wanted to be darn sure that I had enough candy.
Are the best.
17 pounds of candy, you'd be lucky to make it to Cannon Bridge from
Well,
the
there you
school.
go. Then I won't be giving you any. I'll just throw it out
Well, I
myself.
need to know, is everybody coming?
I'll be ahead of you.
What I
I'll
would
bring
suggest
bags to put
is,
the
since we're
candy
gonna be
in.
doing a non-public, we can talk about this.
Okay.
Yep.
Was there anything else you have for me?
Yep.
Or you want me to go?
Anything else for Joyce? You know, she's leaving on vacation, so.
Yeah.
Have a very good time,
Yes,
Joyce.
have a wonderful vacation.
Don't think about
Anybody fall
Tilton.
through
Enjoy
any
your
bridges?
vacation.
Don't fall through any bridges.
Let's hope not.
Do you,
I'm just looking through the minutes. I had checkmarked them off. I don't remember if they pertain to Joyce or Tim or someone else, and it must have been the newer
well,
one.
Joyce isn't going home. She's still going to be here.
Put a big question mark beside it. You think I could find it?
All right, are we going to attempt to do this in public?
Oh, capital improvements. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, first part of the month. You had come up with some ideas for capital improvements, the good ones. Has that committee been reorganized? Do we need to?
Right. We'll have to. Right. Al,
We're coming upon budgeting season
Yep.
very quickly.
Yep.
And there are some things that really need to be on that capital improvements list, which is the island and the wall, and as I said, Joyce had a list of things.
All right, well, if you'll get your list to me, I'll make sure that the planning board gets it. You just email it to me, and I'll make sure that the board gets it.
Can you just, I don't have that capability anymore. It's such a bummer. The wall
Yep, I got it.
and the retaining wall around the island.
Yep.
I'm not going to sign it.
Oh, my word.
What about,
It's not,
I signed everything else, but that one I won't
what
sign.
have we got?
What are you not signing?
you don't want it.
The alcohol served on the patio 40 feet from Route 3. If it's out back, out of sight, one thing, but
These are, we'll take these up in the letters. Joyce has written the letters to put in the personnel files. We'll
Right.
take these up in non-pub later. And this is, we can take Costa up in non-pub, right?
Is this a limited liquor license?
Who's that for?
Melt Away and Creamery and Sandwich Restaurant.
Oh, it drives me nuts.
Has to be, they
On
can't do
there,
it.
no.
I didn't
Yeah.
think it was limited.
I'm just asking if it was. I
Oh,
mean,
he
sometimes it's
didn't-
beer and wine, and sometimes it's full.
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask Al.
And I always wonder, what is our purview, our ability to not allow it? I mean, the state regulates liquor
Right.
licenses,
Yeah.
Right.
so
I'm not really sure. They primarily, like, when,
if the state says yes, how can we say no?
we can't, but they do send, Al is usually asked to send a note, and that note would let them know that, yes, these people are,
Town's been notified, the codes
Right.
have been met, fire codes, doesn't cause a hazard.
well, that's just ducky.
So if I'm, I don't want to sign these anymore until I know exactly what our authority is to regulate this.
Okay. Do you want to?
That's just my feeling. I just feel uncomfortable about continuing to sign things that I don't.
I need to know. That's what I need to know. We have an appointment at 6:30, at 6:45.
Yep.
Oh, the liquor license?
Oh. We have an appointment on our agenda.
Yeah.
What are you looking up, liquor license?
We can take that up afterwards.
I know, I'm waiting.
Oh, the appointment should be?
Yes.
That's up to the person. Ask him.
Nick?
I'd have to look at 91A.
some of that stuff goes in here, so.
Are these the actual letters we're going to sign for the lieutenants?
Those aren't the actual letters she's got.
I signed it anyway.
Oh, those are just copies for you to read.
We have
You're not
an
gonna
issue
sign it?
brought before us as selectmen regarding
It's a long story.
a restaurant in town. I would like to first afford you the right to have it in non-public or public session.
Okay?
Public. Okay? This goes with this. Can I have that paper? Okay. The issue is that certain folks, I should say the complaint is that folks feel that you have, I don't want to use the word misrepresented, but I want to use teeter on the edge of what's right and what's not right in representing the town of Tilton Planning Board. And this is pertaining to the Caribbean establishment.
What are they allegedly saying I did?
There are complaints that
That's plural.
I guess my question would be, did you tell them that they weren't legal to have the band out front because they had no permits? And what did you tell them?
Well, let's start how this all transpired. On 6/18,
Please don't use names, okay?
okay, an individual was having a sub at a restaurant. Shortly after that sub, a couple hours after the sub, he got sick. The next day he came to my restaurant and told me about it. And I told him, what I'll do is I will go up there on Monday and have a coffee and see if I can find an off-site permit for cooking. I went in there. Now, you people have to remember something. Both the owners were prior, Buzzy.
Hold on. I don't want you to go there, please.
Were prior individuals that were working for the last restaurant owners who disliked me completely because they never got paid and they felt as though I should be paid. Now, that restaurant has been there for I don't know how long, and I have never, ever been in there prior to this situation. I walked in there, I asked them what the address of the restaurant was, and I walked out.
Did you ask who the owner was? Did you ask who the owner was?
I know who the owner was, and they
Did you
know who I
ask who the owner was?
No, I never did.
You just asked who the address was. So you went into the restaurant, and this individual, the owner, was there?
No, there was a young girl.
A young girl, and then all you said was what address of this restaurant?
Now, let me just put one thing on the line. If you people don't believe me, we could go up to the sheriff's department and we can take the lie detector test. However,
Don't have to go there.
well, I'm just telling you something. I'm really upset when people say that I have done something I never did, and I will go to that extent for the selectmen.
Well,
let me finish the story.
Can I ask you one question before we go on?
Sure.
Because did at any time you identify yourself as an
Never.
official or
Never.
a representative
Never.
from the town of Tilton?
Never. The owners, one of the owners was out in the back, and I don't even know who that little girl was.
This person that ate a sub and came to you, and you said to them, "I'll go up and check it out." Did you identify yourself
No, I didn't,
as a
because
town
I didn't
official?
want you to know what I was doing. I'm working behind the scenes.
well, before you go on, is there a reason that if you suspected that there was a problem with the food, that you just didn't call the town health officer and report
Well,
that?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So what I did is, I walked in there, I didn't see a permit. I then went to my home and I called Augusta. I said, Augusta, do you know if they have an off-premise permit for serving food? And she said, well, you know, Nick, the town has been up there, the fire department's been up there, they've got all the permits and everything that they need. So, the next step is I called the health department, talked to the people in the health department.
State.
Just because you have a permit to sell food.
State Health Department or
State
local health department?
State.
The state of New Hampshire
Okay.
Department of Health and Human Services.
Yep.
Talked to them today, as a matter of fact. And I asked them, can a person who is selling food that is licensed by the state of New Hampshire serve food outside? The answer is no. The reason being is because they can't control contamination on the food. So what I suspect happened to this man is that there was raw sausage on the plate with peppers and onions, and there was a cross-contamination, and he got sick. The state of New Hampshire instructed me to have this gentleman call them, all right, and for him to file a complaint, and they will go and investigate it.
And this is all up, and this is, in this...
But I'm getting to another point. There was a young lady, I can't tell you her name because we don't want me to tell her name.
Right.
Sunday came into my place of business. She was an employee at that specific business. She came to me and asked me for a job. I said, I don't have a problem with it. She then began to tell me that she had been working there for 2 weeks. They paid her a couple of days under the table, and she never got paid. I said, well, that's awfully fine. These two people filed a complaint against another restaurant owner, and it was in the paper. That's like a double standard. So I said to her, I said, listen, what I can do for you is I'll put you in touch with the labor board, and you can tell them the story about what happened. So the day I went in there, I suspected that the reason why they thought I was there is because of this girl. Because it wasn't 15 minutes later that there was a call into my restaurant to her boyfriend, who's been working for me since the time I bought it, saying, you just ruined my company, you, this young lady. Nick just came in here, and I think he's going to call the labor board and all of this crap. And that's not even why I went in here. It was I went in here because I was looking for a permit for a damn off-site. So this whole thing, and what they said I did, I never did. Now either you can believe me, or you can believe that.
I don't think that...
And I don't believe that...
Can I talk now?
Yes. But
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think right now at this point it's a question of whether or not the selectmen believe you or believe the other person. The problem is there has been a complaint that's come to the board, and that the problem that I have, the issue that I have, is that we are a board of selectmen. We're not a selectman, we're a board of selectmen. We don't act as individuals. We don't go into establishments and say, I'm the Board of Selectmen, or I don't go in and check on what you're doing or what you're not doing unless it's brought to my attention that somebody is absolutely doing something wrong. Then what I do is I take that information and I bring it back to the board, because we work as a team and not as individual people. And because perception is 9/10 of the issue. And I think what we're trying to address here is that we don't want the town of Tilton's name out there on any type of stamp of inspections, or going out there and knocking on the door and saying, you're doing this, you're doing that, or he's doing that, and you're doing that, acting as an individual, whether it's an individual on a planning board or zoning board or budget committee or anything. That nobody has that. Nobody has that right. You act as a board. If you have information that somebody has an illegal sign, if you have information that somebody doesn't have an occupancy permit, or if something against a permit, then that information comes to the town. And then we have specific code enforcement people that go out and deal with it. We are not code enforcement people.
I understand that.
Okay.
I never, I am telling you honest to God's truth. I walked in there, I grabbed the address, and I talked to Augusta. And while I was on the phone with Augusta, I asked her, did they have a permit for the band? I never even addressed the people in there. They both know who I am. All right? They don't like me because, and you know what? I've never even been in that place. That was the first time I've ever been in that place.
I don't...
If I had what you might want to call a little vendetta against them, you know, this is so...
It's not a place for you to be if, in fact, you have prior...
Well, I didn't even...
I personally wouldn't want to be there. I don't think that you should be there, and I certainly don't think you should be there acting in the town's best interest, seriously. Because you've already got a history with these people. Pick up the phone, call somebody else, and let them do it. It doesn't look right.
Okay, I understand.
But, you know, I admire your passion and your wanting to care, but there's a proper way of doing it. And it's like we've had other incidents, and I think you know the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it's really important, if you see a problem or you question whether they're doing something illegal or something, call and let the town know. We will investigate.
But I didn't see how the town could, why would the town want to investigate something that really had nothing to do with the town? The outside permitting, the permitting of, I should say, cooking outside the premises, of their premises, which is not legal, has nothing
They're
to do
cooking outside or just serving?
Any part of that restaurant is not part of the Tilton's Health Department. Some communities can apply to the state for their health inspectors to inspect their restaurants, and there's actually a fee. But in Tilton, we don't do that.
The state does it.
It's completely a state issue. So what Nick,
So if you
Mr.
call the
Sanzano
state...
did, what Nick did, clearly his reasons for going there was not on behalf of the town, because the town had no issue in any of their cooking inside or out. And as a member of the planning board would have no control on that either. And as long as you did not identify yourself as a representative of the town in any capacity, I don't see the issue.
There's one issue that clearly, because there was an entertainment issue there, and this person was told that they had no permit for the entertainment, and he knew for a fact that there was no permit because the code enforcement officer was on vacation that week. Now, to back that up, the phone call to Augusta, the same question was asked to Augusta that same morning. Do they have a permit because Al was on vacation that week?
I didn't even know I was on vacation that week. Who told me I was on vacation that week? Nobody.
Well, I thought...
My questions were, did they have a permit for outside cooking? She didn't know. Did they have a permit for the band? I never had any conversations about the band to them people.
So it was more than food. It was the band, too.
Yeah, well, while I was there, why wouldn't I...
So that's where I'm saying the enforcement.
But he said his conversation with them, he never approached it with them. He simply asked when he called Augusta for both.
If he had a permit for outside.
Well, what was it that...
But they don't... Anyone could ask that question.
I feel as a resident, if I'm not on a town board, I got a right to ask, do you have a permit for that thing?
Anybody
But
has
on
that.
a town board, now, you and I sat on the same board. When I'm on that board, then it's implied, when I walk in anywhere and say, you got a permit? Or what's the address here? Or start giving advice, it's semi-implied that you know what I mean? It's just what she said.
As a planning board member, he certainly, even as a citizen, any one of us, if I was a planning board member, I would have a right to go into a place and say, do you have a permit for a band? I would have that right. I wouldn't have a right if I tried to enforce something, if I tried to say, well, you don't have a band, so I'm going to make sure you lose your license. That's different. But simply to inquire if someone is following the correct procedure of the town is not
It was yesterday. you got
unethical.
the call? Or day before?
I mean, that's really everybody's responsibility, to see that these businesses are in compliance, just like the signage.
Oh, well.
So if I went in and asked, even though I didn't
But I do know what
identify
the question
myself as a
to
selectman,
Augusta is if they had a
walked
permit.
around.
Let's have one
They
conversation,
knew I was a
please.
selectman.
Let's just have one conversation so we can
But what
follow.
about,
Depends on
what
your
was it
intent.
that, when you went to the family tree, you had a conversation with them as well? Not recent, this is, yeah.
I never went to the family tree. Where's the family tree?
What's the family tree?
That's the
Jay's
restaurant
Marina.
at Jay's Marina.
The restaurant at Jay's Marina.
Oh,
I haven't been in that restaurant in a whole year.
Well, this was last year when we got the complaint,
Last year?
yeah. I guess what I'm really trying to,
I need to know about this. You got a complaint that I went into the family tree?
yeah, you talked to the owners. And what about the McLeans and everything that you said to him?
The issue with Wayne McLean was
Yeah.
between me and my property. That's the only thing I had. We had electrical running across my property, fresh running water running across my property.
But you also told him that he was not legal to be there because he hadn't gotten a CO.
I don't believe I said that to him. I think I came to the planning board and said it was that.
And all I'm getting at is, we like having you as part of the board very much. You work very hard. But when there's issues with other businesses and stuff, it really, in my mind, the board does not ask you to do this. And sometimes some of the things you say aren't exactly true. They're not true. Meaning, to tell Mr. McLean that he wasn't legal to be there was not what the zoning said at the time. The zoning said, yes, you need a CO for new construction only.
You know what?
He was not a new construction.
Here's another issue. I never talked to him. The only time I talked to him, and I talked to his landlord, to get rid of the water and power and get off my property because he was parking all this stuff on my property. And that was the only issue I had with him. And putting his A-frame sign on the sidewalk in front of my condominium, so people were walking on the street and onto the, to get around.
Right.
That was it. As far as what he was doing inside, it was, I brought it to the attention of the planning board.
Yep.
And I can remember that. But for me to say, for you to say I went in and talked to him about it, I had no...
Well, I'm just telling you what you discussed with the board as far as what went on.
Unless someone can prove that I did that, it's his word against mine. And as far as the family tree goes, I never even been in that place.
Well,
I mean, hey, listen, if you guys want me to leave, I'll leave. I don't have a problem with that. But you know what? I have a problem with people saying stuff that's not true.
no, I guess I'm not asking you to leave. That is not the reason for this conversation.
We're just asking you to be careful, Nick, that's all.
Yeah.
Listen,
We're just asking you to be
you
careful.
understand the history of them people down there?
I understand.
They hate me with a passion. They told this girl, don't go work for Nick. And they said certain things about me, which were not true.
But I wouldn't put myself in that, all the more reason not to put yourself in a harm's way.
What to do. I am writing a letter to the labor board in behalf of this lady, this young girl who's studying to become a med
Why don't you
student.
let her send the letter to the...
No, that's his rights. That's his private rights. That's nothing to do with his capacity
It's
as,
nothing to do with the planning board,
Right.
selectmen, or
Okay.
anybody in town.
All right.
that's his civil rights we're tromping on.
Saying that she worked here part-time, She quit her job to go there full-time. They paid her one day under the table. They had her in the dunk tank and said she was going to get some of the money every time she got dunked. She never got paid for 2 weeks. All right? The same thing them people had done to them by Arthur Buswell. Now you know what the consequences
Oh,
are going to be.
and I have,
Her to do that.
I agree 100% that the person that needs to be contacted is the labor board.
18 years old.
I think,
we just,
I
let's
think
just,
the issue here is that verbal complaints have come in. So far, I've seen nothing in writing, but you need to be aware of this and just be very careful that you
Right.
don't misrepresent your position on the planning board.
That's what we're asking.
Because that can be easy to do.
that's all we're asking you, Nick.
Someone says I say things, and the only defense I have is that we can do a legal way and in a way that I can prove my innocence. And you follow what I mean?
Oh, we're
I
not,
don't have a problem with that.
we're not saying that we feel that you're guilty. We're just bringing you in here to let you know that these complaints have come in, and that we're just asking you to please be careful. That's all.
Okay.
We're not saying that you're the guilty party. We're not saying that.
Because we love your passion.
Well, I'm a passionate man, you know, and if someone has a problem, I'll help them, you know, and if I think it's in conflict, if I thought what I did was in conflict with the town, I would have never done it. I really would have never went up there, and I took a peek, I can tell you what, there was a newspaper on the counter. I asked her for her address, and I wrote it down, and I could see Mike in the back cleaning the grill. As soon as I got out, I mean, it wasn't a half an hour. This girl was getting a call at the restaurant because she was there with her boyfriend saying, Nick's gonna arrest her. And I told Augusta that she thinks I'm coming down there to complain about this young lady not getting paid. You know what I mean?
Well, we don't have anything to do with that, and I don't even want to discuss
That
it.
wasn't even part of the complaint.
Right. It's not even part of it. It's just, all we're concerned with, Nick, is, what the best interest of the town, that's it. It's not anything to do with anything else.
Personally, I know you,
Yeah.
so I'm sitting here believing you because I know you. I don't know these other people. I've known you always to be very honest. But you need to be warned
Yeah, okay.
that this situation exists and it's not the first complaint.
Right.
So just be real careful.
All right.
We don't want you getting yourself in hot water
What
either.
I would appreciate is I heard something about Wayne McLean. Him and I don't have a problem. He comes to my bar all the time. All right? Him and I mended our differences.
Good.
Okay? And as far as the money tree goes, if you people
Dollar
do
Tree.
something,
Family
that's
tree.
the time to
That's what I
go
kept
in.
thinking down here.
Not a year later.
Franklin?
Because now I don't even...
Family
I don't
Tree
even
Restaurant.
remember going there. I don't even eat there. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
You can give me that much respect. Just call me and say, Nick, this is what I heard.
Okay.
And if you want to give me a chance to defend myself, and if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong.
Okay.
And I will apologize,
I guess part of the other problem or issue
Yeah.
is, especially where you sit, because you have a business that's in direct competition with theirs, that they think, the perception, yeah, but the perception is there.
It's just a perception.
So,
We sell coffee and muffins.
well, but the perception is there. And if, as you say, they hate you, they probably feel that you feel the same way about them. Yeah, but we're talking about their perception.
But I don't.
It's neither here nor there.
We've got to be careful.
We're on
of
tape
what's
here,
said.
come on.
We just have to remember that
No, I'm just trying to point something out.
with the animosity you've described, you've got to be especially careful.
No, but they may perceive that you do, because people tend to judge but from their own reference point.
It probably
Anyway.
wouldn't take much for them to make a written complaint either.
So that's really why we called you in, okay?
Yeah, I kind of knew that. I did know that because she had told this gentleman's girlfriend that she was going to run down to the town and start screaming at him, and said I was harassing them. So, let her go do what she's got to do. But I know what I did.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Nick, for coming in.
Night, Nick.
Appreciate
For
it.
coming in.
Joyce, the hawkers and peddlers license that we've waived the fee,
That's the OHD one.
yeah, it says this is to certify that Helen Bryson waived the fee. Just the way it's been crossed out and corrected. I know.
Maybe the town of Tilton.
Yeah, it just should say in parentheses, selectmen waived the fee. And then down on the second page, by the photo ID, it says, it looks like $4, and then it says fees waived by Deb Shepherd. Deb Shepherd doesn't have the authority to waive Tilton's fees.
That's something that Catherine was working with.
So can we just edit it?
Let me see.
I don't
It was actually me that said that it wasn't Deb Shepherd. There was a question, because when she came in and went up to the station, that they were not going to waive the fee, and then Catherine called me, and I said, yes, we had made a motion to also waive the fee for the license, so that we were ensured that they would have the
ID tag.
ID tag, and that's when she corrected it, so she just probably put Deb Shepherd, it should be Pat.
Yeah, it says fees waived by Deb
Right,
Shepherd.
it should just be,
And it should be Board of Selectmen.
right, Board of Selectmen, because we made the motion to do that.
I do have that template, so I can just retype it.
No, because she signed
I'm
it,
going to put all fees.
and it's for the day after tomorrow, so it's a one night.
And then I'll put,
It's only for one night.
I'm just going to edit it, just so everybody knows. So now it says Selectmen waived on the front. On the back, it said all fees waived by Board of Selectmen, which is what it should have said. Have they identified, I guess it doesn't matter, they're only going to be selling for a short time. There's a problem, we have her name. Okay, we're good, thank you.
Yeah, I'll call her first in the morning and ask her to pick that up.
Now, is this individual aware that she's supposed to have that ID on her?
Visible.
I'm practically willing to bet the farm that you will see somebody else show up selling stuff that just thinks they can show up and sell stuff. Yeah, sort of like Christmas,
Santa just showed up. No license, no
well, this
nothing.
wasn't Santa, he wasn't giving stuff away.
Oh, I see.
Santa came on a fire truck.
So my question, I have an old home day question. If Jerry Davis is riding in the Person of the Year car, who's going to be Smokey the Bear in the parade? If they thought about this, he's Smokey the Bear.
Oh, I guess this year maybe Smokey can ride in the car. Citizen of the Year.
In the Citizen of the Year car.
Jerry is the citizen of the year, the official
Good night, Donna.
motion seconder at town meeting.
That's right. Good night.
See you Saturday.
Yes, like early.
Well, early.
How many selectmen are going to be there
Right.
riding in the parade? You're going to go
I'll
with the
be
knights?
in the parade, but with the knights.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so I'll
I'm
bring
cooking
4 bags.
burgers at the
Unless
Pines.
it's pouring rain, in which case I'll be with you guys, because the knights don't march in the pouring rain because the regalia shouldn't get wet. The feathers and the capes?
What good is a cape?
Feather boa.
Can't
Feather
I'm a
boa.
Superman cape.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
No,
I'll bring
feathered
off
Reading
bags
this.
for our candy. And
any person applying for a liquor and wine representative license have been a New Hampshire resident or shall have at least one director, officer, partner,
or a licensed salesperson who has been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 years immediately preceding the date of application.
I don't think that's a problem.
We haven't been there 3 years.
Melt away?
Yeah. They came when they...
Yeah, but New Hampshire resident, I think they were from another part of the
Yeah,
state.
he's from southern part of the
Came from
state, he told me.
Massachusetts.
Thought he told me he was from the southern part of the state.
Yeah.
He came from Massachusetts.
Well, I didn't sign it, so I'm covered.
Joyce?
Yes.
Does an individual on the payroll, an employee, we don't need to name,
Yes, it's wage garnishments that we were supposed to pay him back payment that they found this week,
so there was a mistake made somewhere?
and they're correcting a mistake.
Was it insurance or taxes?
It's payment,
It was wage
wage
garnishments.
garnishments error.
Hours?
No, they actually physically took the money out of for child support, and they took that money out, so now they have to pay that money to him.
Because the state never, we have to match up these deductions with a slip from the state and remit it to the state, and the state never sent us for those two.
So we shouldn't have deducted it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, June 2nd, minutes.
Make a motion, we bring the minutes up to, on the floor for discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I heard 2 ayes.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
What are they looking for?
And page 2, about two-thirds of the way down, I guess, where you see "they" and then in parentheses, New Hampshire DOT Trails Crossing.
They,
Yeah, that
They've got then they, so we just need to get rid of one of the then days.
if you go back up 8 sentences or so, that happens right at the end of "state would take part of it and it," what the cost, and it says "it" twice.
Yeah.
yeah,
there
they would
and
take
it.
part of it, and it, the
Right.
town, and
Yeah, I had that
could
one
leave out
too.
that one out.
Just leave out the second "it."
Right,
Page 3,
All were in favor?
twice.
yeah.
Right at
Double
the-
coverage we've got in these
All were in
minutes.
favor, all were in
Yeah,
favor.
all were in favor, all were in favor.
He must have had a phone call or something.
You get on a roll.
Yeah.
Page 6. The Trails Association would pay up to $20,000, about two-thirds down. Trails Association would pay up to $20,000 plus the demolition cost of the building and the removal of the building from the property. And that doesn't seem to
No, that's-
sum up what actually took place.
Right,
That whole discussion isn't, is
just remove the whole
kind of
sentence.
convoluted.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole, that whole paragraph, if you read it, it's,
Yeah.
What
some of
pa-
it's confusing.
Where are we now? Because I'm still
Page
back on
6.
page 2.
Page 6,
Wow.
Three-quarters of the way down.
in discussion, it starts with in discussion.
Jumping all over.
That
I
last,
know, I'm
Okay.
still back
last
on 5.
paragraph.
Page 6.
Yeah, it says the Trails Association would pay up to $20,000 plus the demolition cost. Plus should probably say for the demolition cost of the building and the
Yeah,
removal
not
of the building
plus.
from the
Say,
property.
listen to this first sentence. In discussion regarding the WRTA, Joyce informed the board that she has not received an MOU, but in the conversation with Ken Norton, Kathy Mitchell, and the Conservation Commission, when they met with the board on January 20, which was prior to the MOU being drawn up.
Is an incomplete thought, if nothing else.
That's right. I think she's trying to
Someone
say...
under the bus.
Yeah. So what's the point of that sentence?
It doesn't have a point.
Except
No,
that
it says that-
Joyce informed the board that she has not received an MOU.
Received an MOU, but there was an MOU drawn up, and she hasn't received
But
it.
that whole middle part,
In the conversation with Ken Norton, what does that
And
have
the
to do?
Conservation Commission, when they met with the board in January, which was prior to the MOU being drawn up, there's something missing there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can go back and listen to the tape.
There's something missing there. It doesn't make sense the way it's written.
Either she's trying to say that the MOU was drawn up back in January, or something. That is when it was drawn up and
But it
signed.
says which was prior to the MOU being drawn up.
There's something missing between MOU, comma, and but.
Right.
There should
See,
be
I
something
think-
in there.
Well, which was prior to the MOU being drawn up? It's not. The MOU was drawn up in January.
Right.
Right.
It's not prior to, so that's what's wrong.
So let's get rid of that. The
Is that
conservation.
going to make it clear to people who
Joyce is
read
going to
it?
have to listen to the tape.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you'll have to just fix that. What do you see?
As I recall, or what the facts are, is that when Ken was working with the Conservation Commission to draw up the MOU,
Right.
it was at that time, he said, the trails will put in 20,000 up to 20,000 for the demolition.
For the
Was at that
demolition,
meeting.
not plus the
When it
demolition.
was drawn up, I was at that meeting of the Conservation.
Committee meeting, I think.
I was at the Conservation Committee meeting when they were drawing up that MOU, and you and Eliza were going back to your office. Remember all the changes?
Yes, but you were up here at the Budget Committee meeting, because I remember I had to come up and get your signature, because I had to notarize all the signatures.
No, the Budget Committee meeting is Wednesday night, and Monday night was Conservation Commission meeting. Maybe after it
upstairs,
was
anyway.
finally drawn up, because I left before it was finally drawn up.
Yeah.
But the night that the Conservation Commission was working on it, I was there.
Yeah, I think
And
I
that was
too.
in January.
Right.
Okay, so Joyce is going to look at that,
Yep.
at the tape on that. Can we go back to page 3?
Okay,
Yes.
The second paragraph.
yep.
The board asked Dennis if he would be willing to mow the grass at the island until they resolve this. The park commissions, should be commissioners, is not taking care of the park right now. I think that needs to be clarified, because it just, 10 years from now, they're going to say the park commissioners are not taking care of the park right now.
Until,
We need to say that the board has asked the park commissioners not to take care of
right,
the island right now,
right.
until
As-
until the matter's resolved with Northfield.
Yeah, contract matters are just, the selectmen?
Until,
I just leave out that whole sentence.
Yeah,
Leave out the sentence, because we have
Yeah.
that information in other minutes, I'm
Right.
sure.
It's redundant to this.
but did we, prior to this, make a motion that we would say to the park commissioners not to do anything at the island until we resolve the issue
Well,
of the responsibility?
Here's the thing, you got to look at the next sentence after that, where it says it is between both the Northfield and Tilton Selectmen. That shouldn't be a separate, it should be, the Parks Commission is not taking care of the park right now, comma, it is between,
I would leave the whole Park Commission sentence out.
then you have to take out
The next sentence.
yeah.
I would fix the next sentence, because what is it?
Right.
it being the park.
Then say
No, the
responsibility
mowing,
of the park.
The maintenance, the everything.
Yeah,
leave it out.
responsibility of the park.
Responsibility
Strike it.
of the park is between both the town of Northfield and the town of Tilton.
Boards of Selectmen.
Because I know we voted
Yeah, I'd leave
to
out the-
separate Island Park
I'd leave
until
out the
such
second
time
sentence
as
as
we've
well. It
gotten
isn't
this all
necessary
straightened
to
out.
the
Right,
topic of the
just get rid of it.
Yeah, both sentences are not necessary to the topic of this. The issue is
Mowing grass.
mowing the grass.
Yep,
Delete both sentences.
Yep,
I would.
yep.
that was the meeting between the two highway directors, because that Bob and,
The board will inform Dennis of what transpires at their meeting on Wednesday morning.
But Dennis will inform the board.
No, we went Tuesday night.
This is June the 2nd.
We went to the Northfield Selectmen meeting on Tuesday night.
Oh, is that what that was about?
yeah, we did.
And we said this.
Maybe it should say, the board will inform Dennis of what transpires after
there it
their
is.
meeting with the Northfield Board of Selectmen on
She
Tuesday
plans on
night.
attending the Northfield Board of Selectmen's meeting to ask how they want to handle it.
Yeah.
The board will inform Dennis of what transpires at their meeting on Wednesday morning. So that makes sense,
It does,
if you read the whole paragraph.
right.
Out of context, it makes no sense, but
Oh, right, because you would know the outcome Wednesday morning.
Right.
It should say what transpires after their meeting,
put it on
comma,
hold until Tuesday evening.
after their meeting,
right.
comma,
Tuesday
on Wednesday
evening.
morning. Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because we met with them on the 7th.
Yeah.
Oh, they were actually talking about Wednesday morning, the 8th.
Yep.
Okay. If any corrections on page 4?
That one on page 5.
Can we look closely at page 4,
Yes.
of the right to know request?
The only thing I have on page 4 is under the, be 1, 2, 3, 4, like the 5th paragraph down, it says, Chair Constantino discussed the DWI grant. When you reference something like that and use an acronym like DWI, I think the first time you ought to spell out what that means, because
Yes.
people reading that are going to say, what the heck's a DWI grant?
It really wasn't a DWI grant, it was a DUI, I think, right? DUI.
Well, it should say, driving while under the influence grant, and then comma
It's a highway safety
DUI,
grant. So I would
Highway-
just say highway safety grant rather than DWI grant.
Right.
Different states call it.
Well, and...
Well, it
my-
specifies highway safety grant on
Right.
it.
But my point is, if you're going to use an acronym, the first time you do it, you spell it out.
Right.
You put the acronym in parentheses, and from that point forward, you can use the acronym.
Right. Well, we're going to call it the Highway Safety Grant.
The,
I think that's, I don't see anything.
it's the,
This is what's missing.
right here.
Right there. This right there is missing. But it doesn't need to be there.
No, this, it doesn't flow right here. They will go to 8-hour shifts, 5 days, and the union will be notified.
The union being notified, I don't think was part of my motion. I wouldn't think of that.
Union will be notified.
Somebody else might have tacked it in there.
I remember there was a discussion that we needed to we have to, per contract, we have to notify the union if we're changing the schedule within a certain amount of time.
Right.
Somebody would have, so probably you made it.
I did say that, but it wasn't part of the motion.
No, that should have been after the 2nd, and all were in favor. The union will be notified.
Because I believe
Yeah.
I believe it should be a period after 5 days,
Right.
and then
The vote.
This will be crossed out and the union will be notified. This will be effective June 20th, seconded by Selectman Jessman. All were in favor,
And then say the union
and then
will
Chair
be-
Constantino
Right.
Yeah.
stated the union will be notified.
Right.
Have some candy, Catherine.
Okay.
You're going for gold?
He just didn't put it in the right order, that's all.
Come on.
that's very important that we
Yes, it is.
have it that way. Okay, so page 5, we made the corrections. 6, we made the corrections. 7,
What was your
I'm on
thing
page 5.
okay, I asked.
Chair, where it's, so there's a couple of Chair Constantinos, so we...
No, there's only one Chair, Constantino.
We can't clone you? No,
Thank
what is
God.
it? 1, 2, 3. Looks like the fourth paragraph. Commissioners Bob Hardy and Vicki Virgin. I'm not sure what happened in those 2 years.
Yeah,
Commissioners Bob Hardy and Vicki Virgin, 2 years.
And received a waiver for
And I
vendors.
can't figure it out because Bob Hardy's been a park commissioner for like 12, 15
All right,
years.
Chair Constantino discussed the vendor's permit for Old Home Day. The Old Home Day Committee charges a fee, and they spoke with park commissioners. So, what this is supposed to say is the Old Home Day Committee, which was Deb Shepherd,
Right.
spoke 2 years ago to Bob Hardy and Vicki Virgin on waiving the fees for novelties and sell it the night of
I
the
see.
fireworks.
So we need the word "ago."
Yes.
So
should it
2
say-
years ago and received a
No,
waiver.
because I think there's two thoughts
So should it be 2
mingled
years
into one.
ago, Commissioners Bob Hardy and Vicki Virgin received a waiver for vendors?
No, they were
Spoken with.
spoke with park
Maybe
commissioners
this is
to
another section
discuss.
Joyce should listen to.
Right.
Because I think it
So-
should read 2 years
Right.
ago, and
A couple years ago, they spoke with Bob Hardy and Vicki Virgin, and they said that they would waive the fee for people that would come in for Old Home Day. They asked about waiving the fee, okay? Last year, this novelty company came in. They did not, we were justified in throwing them out because they did not contact the Old Home Day Committee and put in an application, nor did they pay a fee. So when Norm and I went to Bob Hardy last year, we were in our perfect right to say out because you didn't do anything, because they did not. This year, they have paid a fee to the Old Home Day Committee, which money goes to the Old Home Day Committee. And they're allowed with specific criteria, with no silly string and nothing that's going to get caught in trees and whatever you told me to tell them.
Further down in that same paragraph, it says they would like the selectmen and the park commissioners to waive the fee. And I don't know if
actually-
that was said, but the park commissioners have no authority whatsoever to
No.
waive
I
any
think that's
fees.
what they said, but yeah, they don't have any authority to waive the fee.
But I thought they were also, because we did talk about it, to get the selectmen to waive the fee and get the commissioners to waive their ruling that they wouldn't allow the vendors in the park.
That they have.
And
Right.
they, that was
We
really...
didn't know
But
that
that's-
at the
but that's
time.
what it
We didn't know it
says.
on June 2nd.
We didn't know that on June 2nd. We found that out subsequent to
Right.
that.
See, in the next sentence, it's where I say it. Selectman Dawson said they should also have a copy of the waiver from the selectmen of the hawkers and peddlers fee and a copy of the waiver from the park commissioners allowing them to be in the park.
Right.
So it's a contradiction.
Right, so that first couple of sentences at the top part is probably me going into la-la land and all over the place, and poor Catherine trying to interpret that. So I would,
No, I hear you.
Chair Constantino discussed the vendor's permits for Old Home Day, period. The rest of it should just come out until it comes down to last year, a vendor did not pay a permit fee, and they were justified in being asked to leave. This company would like to sell their novelties again this year, and there is a $50 fee that is paid to the Old Home Day Committee. That works. So anything above that, we can take out.
Okay.
And I think "they" in the next sentence needs to be changed to the Old Home Day Committee, because since we're talking about so many entities, to be certain about who we're talking
Right.
about. The Old
Right.
Home Day Committee would like the Tilton Selectmen and the Tilton Parks Commissioners to waive the fee.
To waive the fee, and
Right.
we'll have to get back, and we will have to get back to, and let Deb Shepherd know.
And let Deb
Right.
Shepherd know.
And then, okay, so then, no,
And the rest of it's pretty good.
yep. It's just that first part didn't flow at all.
No.
And then the very last sentence, Chair Constantino made a motion to waive the hawkers. I think we should make it clear to waive the Town of Tilton hawkers and peddlers fee.
Chair
Okay.
Constantino should shut her mouth.
I don't think so.
Tilton, Town of Tilton Hawkers.
And again, just because we're talking, we're just
Yeah.
crossing the boundary back and forth here.
Right.
Well, the only thing is, under Selectman Norm Boudreau suggested any vendor should have some type of ID that needs to have visible showing. It should read that needs to be visible, comma, or visible showing that they are an official Old Home Day, not change have to be.
Are you getting any of this, Joyce?
I missed the first 2 pages, but I think I've got everything else.
She'll have to listen to this tape.
Wow. I don't think we've ever spent
The only
this
thing
long
is,
on
I don't have access to her,
Right.
Recorder.
no, but I mean to her document to edit.
Oh,
Well, she can't email you a copy tomorrow, or
She's not here tomorrow.
you're not here tomorrow. Well, we'll
is
correct
it,
them
Well,
next
that's all
week.
right.
is it
You
stored
can-
on her local drive, or is it on the server?
they want.
I believe it's on her local drive. I don't have access to her.
All right.
So we could approve this subject to corrections? And if anybody asks for a copy of these, you can put "subject to corrections approved" at the Tilton Board of Selectmen meeting June 23rd?
I wouldn't,
Maybe Tim can get
I
me
wouldn't
into
do
it.
that.
I
I
mean,
would
how do
ask
we?
Tim first, I would ask Tim first, because once you have that out there as a document, then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would prefer.
it's hard to deduct.
Edits tomorrow if I can get to her document.
Can you just scan this in, and then you'd have a copy scanned
it's-
into your machine?
Then it's more like a PDF and she
Right.
can't change it.
Yeah, then I could put it in.
Tim can do that.
Yeah,
I know
put
he
it
did
in
it to me,
Word.
for me once.
It can be done.
Yeah.
Just tell me again what the ones were on page 1 and 2, because you guys,
Okay.
by the time I caught up with
Oh,
you,
those are easy. There were repetitions on page 2.
page 2.
If you go down on the right-hand column to the, well, almost halfway down, not quite, it ends with "it." The state would take part of "it" and "it."
Okay.
Just take off one of the "its."
The second "it."
The second "it." And then if you go down further, you'll see in parentheses, New Hampshire DOT rails and crossings.
Yeah.
Take off, then "they." That was repeated twice.
The second then day.
We should know.
Okay.
Okay.
And then on page 3, we're going to, it's the responsibility.
You're going to take off, there's a second "all were in favor"
At the end of the first
at the
paragraph.
end of the second paragraph.
And then the next
First
paragraph,
paragraph.
where it starts the Parks Commission, that's going to be reworded.
Yes.
And then I have on
Me
page
too.
4,
I'm looking for
highway
this.
safety grant.
It's not consistent.
And then on the second to last paragraph from the bottom, I'm going to cross out, and the union be notified, and then put in Chairman Constantino and stated. that the union is notified.
Don't put any more Chairman Constantino statement.
I thought on page 3, the sentence, okay.
We're going to eliminate 2 sentences, right?
I
Yeah.
don't think we've ever spent that much time
Said the park
correcting minutes.
commissioners is not taking care of the park right now.
Yep, and the one
Is
after it.
between both Northfield and Tilton Selectmen.
Yes.
That's all coming out.
Yes.
I have it.
Okay, and then on page 5, I understand with the Old Home Day Committee.
Right.
Page 6, that I'm going to have to listen to the tape.
Right.
Then that's all I have.
No, we haven't talked about anything on 7 or 8. But you did understand now on page 3, in the second paragraph, towards the bottom of the paragraph, the sentence, "The park commissioners is not taking care of the park right now." It is between both the Northfield and Tilton Selectmen. Both of those,
Say that the island is the responsibility.
No, you're just going to take out those 2 sentences.
take out those 2 sentences.
Yeah. We've said that enough in previous meetings.
Mowing the
Take
park.
the whole thing out.
Yeah, no,
Joe said it.
oh, Joe pointed out, we've said that in previous meeting minutes enough times.
You still want to leave in the board will inform Dennis?
Yes, that
Yeah.
will be the last sentence.
But that needs to be fixed a little bit. The board will inform Dennis what transpires, like
The
after
Tuesday
the,
night's meeting or
after the
something.
Tuesday night meeting,
Right, after their meeting, comma, on Wednesday morning.
something like that.
Yeah.
Something to make it make sense, Joyce.
All right, and then I got all the rest.
Good. I didn't see anything,
No, I
on
didn't
7.
see anything on page 7.
and I didn't read 8.
Page 9 looks real good.
Yeah. I like that myself.
And all the pages after it.
I think 8 looks fine.
I'll do this first thing in the morning.
Okay,
So, are we,
sounds good.
make a motion to accept the minutes of June 2nd as amended, as corrected?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't know if I should read this in public.
Recycle bin.
What?
Let's put it right here.
We never did May 19th, did we?
Yes.
Maria's not.
Last week.
Oh,
Didn't we?
She had it
no,
on the
the problem with May 19th is we discussed it, we made all the corrections, but there was never a formal motion to approve as corrected.
Make a motion, we approve May 19th as corrected, amended, and edited.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just take my minutes.
Oh, you want them?
You know,
Wow.
I save. Eventually, I'm gonna build a tree.
Going to build a tree.
I do too,
Because
just in case.
I file them.
Oh, no, I keep them just in case.
I'm going to save a tree.
Do we have any report back from Walmart on the,
If I want a copy of them, I can get them online.
their issue with the,
I haven't heard from him yet. I was going to send the attorney a note.
will we receive a note? Will we receive some type of application on that? Is that the process?
Not necessarily unless they make changes, but I'll send this particular attorney a note tomorrow, just asking him, telling him that the selectmen are interested to know, how things worked out.
It's Caroline.
See what he has to say.
Okay.
About,
Can we talk about it?
On the Walmart, the Walmart portion of the planning board was all approved and everything, but the Tilton Northfield Water District, as best to our knowledge, because this is hearsay, is requiring 150 feet water tower.
I was there at their meeting. That was definitely a discussion.
Was that
500,000 gallons, I think this thing is supposed to hold.
So that it could not only does it supply Walmart, but it helps out the back
Would
with the
supply a
water
lot of
pressure.
people. But anyway, I got a call from the attorney for Walmart stating that the cost of that would be prohibitive. And they wanted to know if the town could contact the water company on their behalf, and I just told them that the water was a district in its own district, and, therefore, I would doubt that the Board of Selectmen would have it.
Apparently,
isn't
this
a-
had something to
isn't
do
that-
with fire codes.
But isn't 150 feet above any of our zoning?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is.
They would have to get a variance to
get a
do that.
variance.
And how could they get a variance? I mean,
150-foot water tower? I'd be
Has
at
to-
that zoning board saying, no way.
It has to do with water pressure per second, gallons per second, or gallons per minute for the fire department.
But why?
it's not only for the fire department, but it's also not only, my understanding is it's not only going to be favorable for Walmart, but they also, it's sort of like the railway crossing for MB Tractor. They would like to upgrade because now they know our developer's coming in. While you're at it, here we go.
So they're going to develop on this, they're going to
Because it's going
upgrade
to
on this
increase
developer's back?
Conversation
pressure.
was at the meeting that we were all at one night. You guys left, well, that's what they talked about after that, was this tower for Walmart. And the fact that it would provide extra water pressure for the people out back is just a side benefit, because they
Oh,
needed
yeah?
a certain, according to the fire people, they needed a certain gallons per minute that the tanks they had now wouldn't do. And the only way they could do it was build this giant tank.
But that's if they relied, there's a lot of places, like where I am, they're not going to be relying on any municipal water system to fight a fire at my house.
That's right.
Right.
So why is that necessary all over town, even where the municipal water supply is?
Right.
Because of
If-
Walmart's need for a certain amount of gallons per minute.
But would not Walmart be already grandfathered with their tank? They're only adding on. I don't see how the water
Because of
district
the
can...
add-on. It was because of
Their
their add-on.
add-on certainly would not require that much more.
Talk to the fire, yes, it is.
I was just going to say, I think what created the problem is Walmart has always been on wells, and with this expansion, they were going to convert over to municipal water and get off the wells. And then they had meetings with the water company, and this was never mentioned, even when they met with the engineer.
Oh, nice.
But anyway, what I advised him to do would be to go back to the fire chief, talk to him about it with what they already have and what they would have to do to cover that little expansion. Because the expansion, what they're expanding, is not that great.
No, it's not.
And I said, perhaps you can just expand on the system you already have instead of going to a new system. And I said, I would start with Chief Ober, because he is ultimately got the final say on whether you get a CO. I would start there, and I said, depending on what you learn there, I said you might even choose to go back to the water company and just let them know that it's too much of a burden and that they already have an existing tank, and I said, and move forward from there.
I would not be opposed to the Board of Selectmen supporting Walmart and their endeavors to get this through.
Well,
It had to do with fire codes.
the two issues that are coming to my mind are, number one, they want a 500,000 gallon sized tank. And number two, that they want it 150 feet up, which means they're looking for a certain amount of pressure.
It's gallons per minute because of the square footage of the building.
But the gallons per minute is not only going to
It has to be
Walmart, it's
available
also
for.
going to feed
Okay,
that
then
park in
why-
the back.
Well,
Let me ask you this, why isn't Shaw's, why isn't the Tanger Outlet Mall, why
Because they're
isn't
not as
Home...
big as
What
Walmart.
about
Why
J.
isn't
Jill?
Home Depot?
Tanger
Why isn't
Outlet's not as big as
Jill?
Walmart?
What about J.
The
Jill?
Shaw's complex.
Whatever happened at the
Home
Tanger
Depot.
Outlet happened before these regulations.
No. They just installed a water line last fall specifically for fire suppression off of Route 132
Right.
going across cemetery property.
How big are those stores at Tanger Outlet?
Well, you gotta look at the total square
The
footage.
total square footage of that whole outlet.
Well, you can say anything you want. What I heard was
I'm
that
gonna
the
say
fire
anything I
guys,
want.
the fire inspector said that you
Gotta
had
be
to have
something else.
2,000 gallons a minute. And the only way to do that was with a tank this size. Now, that's what I heard them say at the meeting. I said, but that'll cost them $1 million. And they went,
Who said
yeah,
that?
probably.
Who said that? The fire
The
district? or-
the water commissioners had a thing from the fire district.
Oh,
And that's where they were coming.
but we don't know what the water commissioners also wanted that water.
How big is the-
supply.
It was a completely
I
side
will
benefit.
send an email in the morning and see what kind of.
Do we know how big their current tank is? the
I would like the
capacity?
email
I think he said
to
it
let
was
them know that we would
200,000
be willing
gallons.
to support them in their endeavors,
Right.
but I think you're right, we don't have any credibility with the water district.
No, we don't. But
I
let
think-
me send them an email and just see where they are.
Why don't you send the email inquiring how they would like us to help them?
And I'll
But also let them know, I mean,
to see
Fire
how the
district,
board
you're right, fire district.
I support it.
I have been involved
want
with
them to
this right from
leave.
the very first planning board meeting. And
I just
they
want
have,
them to
I'm
comply.
anti-Walmart. However, they have, I'm anti-Walmart as a separate issue. They
too.
have done everything that they needed to do.
Yeah.
They have stepped up time and again to meet our codes,
Yes.
our requests, our regulations, the
Yes.
water thing alone that they did, because I kept bringing it up and bringing it up, and they did everything they were asked. I would be willing to help them in any way that I can.
I will send an email in the morning asking what their current status is, and then I will end it by saying the selectmen are willing to help in any way we can.
No,
Certainly.
no, not in any way we can.
Okay.
The
Selectmen are,
selectmen support the Walmart development.
okay, the selectmen, we want you to know the selectmen support the Walmart.
Yeah, there you go. Any way we
Is
can,
that-
it's as an open-ended
And that- yeah,
invitation.
That is
Kinda-
general consensus of the board?
It is for me.
Just leave it out there and so that they need to
Okay.
respond and how.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, maybe a conversation with Brad Ober needs to take place.
All right. Next on our agenda, we have a code enforcement report.
Yes, it's in,
It's, we only have one copy, but I'll be more than happy to pass this down. He is asking that we start thinking about changing the fees.
oh, yeah.
I'm also requesting that we bring our building fees up to speed with the rest of our surrounding towns and cities. Augusta and myself have recently been looking at other cities and towns' fees and have noticed the Tilton fees are considerably lower. And then he has given us an example of new residential building, $215, commercial building, new and additions, $215 plus 3 cents per square foot. Only changes are these. Residential additions, decks, sheds, garages, etc., 30 cents per square foot, a cap of $250. In the old,
It's more in value.
the fees are alterations and additions, new constructions, $20 up to $2,500, and $60 up to $5,000. It depends on the size of the building. Is the fee.
But that isn't explained there, is it?
This is the...
Now, am I right in hearing that we're proposing a fee increase because everybody else did it? Or is there solid, concrete reasoning?
You're hearing the code enforcement in his report asking us to take a look at changing the fees based on all the surrounding towns and cities are much higher than Tilton's.
Did Norman Joe see it?
Yeah, they saw it down there.
See what?
The letter, the thank you letter.
Where?
Am I missing it, or is there something in our building permit application that explains how you could have an addition that might cost you $500 as opposed to $20 or opposed to $2,500?
Well, always before, Catherine, it was based on the monetary value of the project.
Right.
So if it was really expensive to do, your permit was more than your average deck was like $20 or less. Because if you look in the zoning regulations, it breaks down the fees so much. Your fee is this much for value from this to this much if the value is from this, you know. Like I think the $20 was from 0 up to, say, $1,000. I don't know what it is.
The wind from fans.
So, but now they're changing it to have the fee plus.
Well, I know what he's changing it to, but I'm just a little disturbed that on our building permit application, there isn't anything that explains that here. So when you fill this out, it's like, it seems like it's up to somebody to just say, you know what, that's
Well, I can run downstairs.
Hammerhead and his, you know what, I don't like him, so it's going to be $750.
No, I can run downstairs and get a copy of the zoning regs. There's also.
No, I
it's in there
understand it.
as well.
I'm just saying, I think the explanation should be here.
Oh, instead of the
So
zoning regs?
So somebody filling this out would know that what determines this is the value. I mean, there should be a formula, and that formula should be here. I think we should be very explicit. It's like this says new residential buildings, $215. Commercial buildings is $215 plus 3 cents per square foot. So somebody filling this out could actually kind of figure out, okay, this is what it's going to cost me. On this one, the old one, what we do right now?
Well, the old one went by what the zoning regs said.
I know, but it should be on the building permit. It should be here on the permit.
On the application for permit.
Oh, you want to pass this information down so they can read it?
We're going to go into a non-public.
Oh, are we? Yeah. I was going to say, has
about
the
that.
chief seen that? I wonder.
No, we got this to talk about.
Do we have to
I guess I'd like
agree
to know
to
what
let
this
him
around
see
the
it? I would think so.
Did you read this?
I don't think we should make our fees based on what other people's charge. It should be on what it costs us. And it's like, oh yeah, his is $20, mine is $5, so I want to make mine 20. For what reason? If there's a reason, I'm all for it.
Lowering taxes, revenue. I mean, if it's significantly.
Sounds arbitrary.
If somebody can build a garage for $20 here, or an addition for $20, but they have to pay $215 in, say, Samberton, there's a big difference there.
Don't build it in Samberton.
I'd just like to see what it's based on. And certainly, something that would generate a $20 building permit fee isn't going to pay for the time it costs to process that application.
That certainly I can understand that.
That's what I mean.
What Samberton charges should have no bearing on what we charge. What I'm saying is if it costs us $50 to do this, I can even see charging $60. And we've come out ahead just in case.
It's
But
just easier.
certainly, you know, because Samberton charges $215. And
No,
I
it's
say Samberton, but that's just an example.
It's just easier if you look at other communities and get an idea of how they come up with those figures. What do they say?
That's what I would like to know, is how they come up with the figures.
Yeah.
I don't want it costing us money to give out building permits, certainly.
No, you don't want to turn people go,
I don't know if it's a revenue source necessarily.
I want to read the next letter in the FYI out loud so that, just in case there's anybody in the Budget Committee that actually clicks on our website and watches our meetings. Dear Mr. Pearson, I am writing to acknowledge the recent grant awarded dated June 9th, 2011 from the town of Tilton in the amount of $500 to the New Hampshire Association for the Blind. Thank you for this award. These funds were used to support vision rehabilitation therapy services to the residents living in the town of Tilton who are blind and visually impaired. This past May, the following note was sent to the New Hampshire Association for the Blind by an elderly client who lives alone. Her circumstances and eye condition typify many of our clients throughout the state. Her handwritten note was written on a special bold line tablet with a 20/20 pen, both low vision aids that are often given to clients for use at home and work. She writes, "This is a note of thanks to the association. The thanks does not apply just to one person, but to the whole team. They have given me help by giving appliances which I could not afford if I had to pay for them. They have given me many suggestions and confidence in myself. In other words, they have made my life easier. Thank you. Gratefully yours, Mary." All this is possible because of contributions. The New Hampshire Association for the Blind appreciates the opportunity to participate in the town's request process. Thank you and others for facilitating this grant award. Sincerely, Shelley Prue, of the Vice President for Development. You have to remember that the next time they ask for.
makes you feel
We
good
have
about
several people now in Tilton, 4 seniors that we know of, that they have come in, looked at their home, and actually gave them aids in which to make their life a little bit easier, and helped with their program, the Macular Degeneration Program, that's
And that's the
aiding
Association
a
for
couple
the
of
Blind
them.
that come in to
Association
do
for the
that?
Blind, right.
Thank goodness.
Yep. And for each individual that they come and do that, the cost to them is about $600 a person. Jane?
Yes, and I brought that up at the public hearing as well as the budget committee, and I requested that they had cut the spending, I think, from 1,500 to 500, and I requested that they go back to the original because of those things. I talked about the people with macular degeneration, talked about the dogs that were used by some of our citizens, and it did no good. It fell to deaf ears. However, I will entertain as a member of the budget committee to hear somebody else getting up and that, please. That's all.
Thank you, Jane. Catherine, you'd be interested in this little tidbit here?
Right now, I'm horrified at these photos at Jay's Marina where they're plowing the parking lot, dirt and garbage into the water.
Oh, no. Say it ain't so.
I know somebody's going to be more horrified than I am.
That's not right.
Take a look
Oh,
at
yeah, no. All right, we'll get to that.
I want to see it.
The salt and the dirt.
Pass the chocolate down to Joe.
Oh, I'll go and get it myself. I can't wait. Unbelievable. And that's the money tree that's doing this?
No, Jay's Marina. They rent from
Family
them.
tree.
Oh, I
Family
Rents from them.
tree. They
Whoever they
rent
have
from
a plow.
I know.
They're plow people, but
They're responsible for their plow.
they must have they must have come in and site planned.
They're rebuilding the
So they must, I don't imagine the planning board allowed them to plow their snow into the lake.
Never.
Now,
Never.
this is something that came from DES.
Yeah, it's whenever you work within 25 feet of the
Yeah, but
waters, you have to apply to this.
Right. And
The photos weren't-
DES didn't pick up on this?
Not necessarily, they're understaffed. what they're looking for is this damage. They may not even have looked at the pictures, because the
Who
explanation
put that
is
booklet
pretty-
together?
Stony
an
Ridge
engineer.
Environmental.
Oh, I was going to say, if it's DES, I don't want to hear understaffed. Oh, yeah, well, thank you. I'll be getting to that in a minute.
Thought you'd appreciate that.
Defined on the enclosed Google map.
The hell is that?
I don't know what this is.
Purchases?
I know.
What the hell is that? Where is that? Oh, I know where that is.
Oh, that one?
Okay. Let's talk about
That's,
the, you ready for this?
Yep.
Chair Constantino stated. Ready for that? Mark this down verbatim, please. There needs to be a consortium franchise public hearing. What? We have to have it.
Pardon me?
Public hearing. As part of the renewal proceedings for MetroCast, we have to have a public hearing. It can be part of a selectmen's meeting. Yeah.
And I didn't even notice that it had written that Chair Constantino stated.
I'm stating that...
All right, I missed part of
Constantino
this.
stated.
I missed part of this.
It was for his effect, and he didn't even pay attention.
I thought you were reading it verbatim off the sheet. It's like, I didn't notice that. Okay, please proceed.
I think it has something to do with donuts and it's Tilton School.
Too much, no, it's too much chocolate. I've been,
Okay, I gotta
All right.
tell you, this isn't Lockmere.
okay, let's do the consortium thing.
So as a part of the cable franchise renewal proceedings between the town of Tilton and MetroCast, the current cable operator, the town of Tilton will be holding its first public hearing on, should be July. Let's give him a date.
Okay.
Ready for this, Joe?
I'm ready for this.
All right.
Anything to move this forward and get it off my plate.
All right, July 21st at 6 PM at the Tilton Town Hall. Presented by Joe Jessamine.
Oh, please. All right, I'll explain it. Public hearing.
The paper, Joe?
At what time?
6 PM. I went by this,
Yes, there's a template for that as well, Joyce.
right here in this package.
I'm pretty sure you do in the packet. It may well be right over there, and I put a book that says MetroCast Renewal Contract Info. That is inside the front binder of that, and I will have all that stuff to you at the end of this meeting tonight.
See? I did it, Joe.
I've never thought I'd live to see the day. Thank you, Chairman Constantino.
Write that down verbatim.
I did, well, more or
Read
less.
past Chairman Constantino stated.
Okay, so we got the franchise out of the way. We've got Old Home Day out of the way. Selectmen's reports. All right, I pass. Joyce already went over my agenda. Air conditioners.
Yep. How's that coming along?
Did we get any confirmation on yours today?
Well, he's in training, but
Okay.
he did say he was going to have 5.
Yeah, okay.
I'll let him know.
So, we have updated our list. AutoServe employees are buying an air conditioner for our seniors. Thank you,
bravo.
AutoServe employees.
Absolutely. Yay.
Tilton Northfield Zimmerton Christmas Fund is buying one. Thank you. Also, Lowe's manager left a message, a voicemail, on Chief's phone today, and said that he was able to donate 5 standalones. He could donate the product. These are the ones with one vent that would not be ones that would go into a residence that had oxygen. So it's the other ones that are dripless.
But they're true air conditioners,
They're true
not
air
dehumidifiers.
They're air conditioners.
For the
not-
one-bedroom window
Right,
units?
standalone units, right. Outstanding. So we're
That's so generous.
gonna confirm that tomorrow. And,
Nice, that's
If they'd only
nice.
fix up around the sign, the Tilton sign, we'd be golden.
Yeah.
Always
go there.
pushing, aren't you?
Yeah.
Always
I don't
pushing.
want to go there, Joe.
Hey, look, I appreciate those, I certainly do.
Do you have something that you want to bring up tonight?
I do. Aside from the consortium, and I was going to go there again, but I appreciate your help with that. I have, Chairman Constantino, I have here a town registration form from New Hampshire, the Beautiful, Litter-Free New Hampshire. It's to have a town cleanup day. They will supply us through the New England Grocers Association a bunch of blue bags. You've seen them on the side of the road from time to time. This is a recycle committee thing, I should say. That the recycle committee is Marge already called the Girl Scouts because she knows somebody, and went in touch with the Boy Scouts, and we talked to a young lady that's involved in the Go Green thing at the middle school, and she's going to get some of her people together, and we're going to try to get as many people interested as we can. This would be a September event, I believe. She didn't put down the date when it was going to be, but it would be after the summer.
Right.
It would cost the town absolutely nothing, but we, according to this, the Tilton Recycle Committee needs somebody, the town, to sponsor it. Marjorie Bonneville is the contact person, and there's a place for 3 select board members, city councilor, or town managers to sign the application to be returned so we can get the free bags. So if you'd like to look at that, and if I could get a couple of you to sign it, or if the board has a general consensus that they would like to go forward or allow the recycle committee to go forward, we'd like to pick up the litter beside the road come September.
Do you know anything about this program?
I know it's from what is it, Beautify New Hampshire people through the NRRA. The bags are actually going to come from the resource recovery people.
Right.
It's statewide, and it's funded, like I say, the bags come from the New England Grocers Association. The administration is done by the NRRA. To get the litter off the sides of the street.
Oh, I understand all that. I guess my only concern that I would voice is, depending on the age of the children, that there be a lot of adult supervision, only because most of our roads don't have sidewalks.
All of the individual people that we discussed using for this or inviting were organized groups that are well supervised by adults, at least the minors, the Go Green people at the school. That's why we were talking about September, because the schools were back in session, and we were going to get in touch with Tilton School and see if they wanted to be a part of it. And I envision it not unlike the Seniors Helping Seniors, where there was supervision of the individuals. And no, we're not talking about sending grade school kids out beside Route 140 to pick up garbage on any level, certainly. It's mostly about pick up the trash in your neighborhood, because that's what we really want to do, is we want to get people thinking about, it starts in your kitchen. You take care of your recycling and whatever, pick up your yard, pick up the sidewalk in front of your house, so on and so forth, up and down the street. And if we can get enough people involved, then hallelujah. But it's aimed at getting youth groups, certainly supervised youth groups.
Well, that's the only reason I bring that up is I clean Olive Clark Road, where my property
Yes.
sits. And in the process of cleaning, I have had people throw beer bottles at me. Here,
me
put
too.
this in the, and they'll throw. So
Certainly,
you
I would-
always have to be watching
Certainly.
those cars coming, because people do some despicable things.
I believe Dennis was talking about orange vests for those who are actually out beside a road.
Carry a big
There's going to be like streets in neighborhoods, but roads, 140, where there's vestige and orange things.
Well, was I give them something to aim at when they...
The drunks that throw beer bottles at people, picking up stuff on the side of the road. I certainly hope the chief of police is listening. Those people should be dealt with in a judicious, severe manner.
Oh, I agree, but you have to be able to, like, I guess I'm only bringing it up because they have to be constantly aware of the cars going on.
I will make sure that comes up.
Just for the record.
Watch out
and
for
I'm
flying
gonna-
bottles.
I'm going to ask the chief, what could somebody possibly be charged with if they threw a bottle out of a vehicle
Littering.
at someone who's picking
Assault.
up litter?
Yeah, everything. There's probably 4 charges.
Assault, any number of things, right? Littering.
From littering right on up.
Back.
So,
Disorderly actions is...
I've often said I'd like to throw it back at them.
good, because
Rocket one.
I hope it happens.
No,
Not
I
that
hope
I'm
nobody
looking for
gets-
anybody to be hit with a
right,
projectile from a
Catherine
car.
wants-
This says, sign our community up for the 2010 Litter-Free New Hampshire program.
Well, I don't know why Marge gave me one that said
Says
2000.
It says
2011 on the top.
2011, they just haven't fixed their,
Oh, well, why don't you
fixed
put a 1 where that 0 is, Catherine, we'll call it good.
maybe it is the 2010 Litter-Free program, they're just carrying it over.
Let's just get it.
But this is and I'm wondering if this is Route 3 and 11. Do you know the criteria for the Litter-Free New Hampshire program? Because it says, make information available to our businesses and residents about the sponsor a highway program produced by the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. That's Route 311.
No, it's
That's
any,
Route
Yes.
140, that's lots of things. They have that on
Sponsor a
Route 140 for
highway.
adopt a highway.
Yeah.
Adopt a highway, sure.
Right, those are the
Road?
state systems.
Yep.
No,
That
that's
is a private entity, not a state system. That money goes to adopt a highway. It doesn't go to the state.
Sponsor
We're
a
not paying
highway
any money.
program produced by the New Hampshire Department of Transportation is the Adopt a Highway program.
Right.
And it's Adopt the New Hampshire Highway program.
Right,
Not the town of Tilton's roads.
right, so it'd be
Right, I
state
agree.
Well,
road.
that's what I'm asking.
Could be
This is for
Clark Road,
us, this
School
is for
Street.
us to get 500 blue bags.
I'm not denying the blue bags. I'm just asking you if you know what the parameters are of this program.
Do I have the, no, nope.
Do you-
I was made to understand that we would have a cleanup day here in the town of Tilton. I don't have the bylaws, the RSAs, or anything else.
Well, I'd find out what they want.
And people that
I will
pay
be in
does adopt the highway.
compliance with your request when the time comes, for sure.
Well, I know it doesn't. It goes to the program.
Goes to the program.
But it's the New Hampshire Department of Transportation's program.
All I want is 500 blue bags.
Just, you better find out, though.
I'll find out. You
because
have
you
my
gotta do
word.
it right.
Have I ever lied to you, Catherine?
No.
All right, and I'm not going to lie over
About
blue
that damn
bags.
frog.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, well, yeah, all right. Actually, I can think of a time I lied to you, but that was years ago. That was like a long time ago. Okay, then. Moving on.
Was it
right
when you said we
along.
could walk
Moving
across the
on.
beaver dam? I mean, the beaver pond?
Do you have something for us tonight, Catherine?
No.
Norm, do you have something for us?
No.
No.
All right. It's not
All
even
right.
8:30 yet.
Pat, do you have something for us? No.
No.
Joe, do you have some? No.
Sit down and on.
Something what?
Do you,
Oh, no, I'm
we
good.
do have a
Oh,
short,
Anyway, if you sign it in.
we also have to bring this up tonight under old business?
oh, well, we bring that up in public now.
Yes.
Okay. You have one more thing.
What are we supposed to do with this? Or is that the non-public?
Well, we can talk about
That
it.
goes to,
Route 3.
no, we don't do anything with that. It's going, see the note? It's going to Lauren?
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right.
What is it?
Well, I'll
It's
say,
this. I don't know if it's good to talk about, but it's
They
that.
can sign
I'm not going to do anything till we hear back from Lauren.
I wanted to talk about, you all got packets tonight
Still got $2 million in it.
on the police building and what we need to do to bring it up to safety,
Yep,
to make it safe for the guys.
this, yep.
Anyway, I had asked before that, we need to really go through this and decide which of the projects are, the most important as far as protecting the people in the police department, and let's get some estimates and start getting some of this work done.
I think some of it, my understanding, Chief, do we have a headset for the dispatcher?
We did, and we tried it and just sent it back, it just wasn't working. So we may end up switching brands, so we're in the process of correcting that.
Okay. A chair?
Did, yes.
Lisa?
Lisa, new chair.
Okay. So there's two.
Which one are you reading?
This. And it recommendations to decrease ergonomic risk
Okay.
factors. I knew we had already done that, so that was a simple thing.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a different ergonomic thing than you just held up.
The one that says local government center at the top.
Rid of the damn paper.
But anyway, I just feel...
That's one I've got. I have. That's this one I got. That is the one that I have. It says here, chairs. The computer workstation chairs in both areas,
Yes,
they are worn and their condition is suboptimal.
we have new chairs.
They have new chairs
Yes.
at the computer workstation. And I don't see a chair recommended for the dispatcher, although there's quite a description.
That's a computer workstation. It's the
That is-
dispatcher, correct? And Lisa.
Because that was my next question. There's a lot of computer workstations in that office.
Yeah, I think when they talk about,
The worn,
they talk about both, when they talk about chairs, they're talking about leases.
well,
This is not
there's
clear
an
then.
issue with the dispatchers because you cannot bring it up. You have to raise it up, and you couldn't raise that up or down.
The chair or the counter?
The chair. You either had to put the counter down, which was cost-effective, or get a chair that went up, or put a platform for the chair to sit on.
I checked with both of them yesterday, and they said that they were all set, but I'll double check it.
This is plural chairs. I think that what I've just read there is a very small portion of what needs to be done in that police
Yes.
station.
Yep.
I think our own list is much more pressing than
I
that.
agree.
I've sent two contractors over to the PD to look at the dispatch area and whatever else they wanted for construction. Did they decide to do the area, the booking area in-house with their own expertise, the officers, or is that something we'll subcontract out?
Which issue with booking?
Caging it?
The cage,
Breathalyzer area. They were talking
Caging
about
it primarily.
caging with a little hole so they could still just do the breathalyzer, and a small hole for the fingerprinting.
That would have to be subbed out or purchased. I don't, there's no one in-house that I know of that could create that.
Because I asked both
Yeah,
the contractors to look at that.
I know that Bristol bought one, and I can get an exact price on it. I seem to think it was...
Well, isn't
We
it
can
something
make
you would
this.
design and then have
We can have this,
fabricated?
right,
fabricated, yeah.
And then
right.
you simply install it.
Some of the stuff I'm just seeing since I've been back, and I told Joyce that I'd start working on quotes now that I have all this.
Yeah, well,
I think we need to list it in priority,
yeah, well, like the
prioritize
second
it.
means of egress from the the meeting room.
Right. Well, the issue with the second means of egress could be if you're taking the files and taking those out and opening up that locker room area behind the second egress door that's blocked now because you're using it as a female locker room. That will be permanently locked, correct? So we have to have a secondary egress out of there.
If we had a female officer.
Yeah,
We do.
right, if you had I mean, if she was in there, that would.
Yeah, I guess so, right? The two ladies that
That's
work
right.
there are
The
police
dispatcher,
personnel.
right? So,
This is,
We had talked about putting in some kind of, or having a
bulkhead
put in so that people in the meeting room could get out of the building.
I think we're looking at moving the
yes.
and that would allow us to create another passageway out of there.
well, how would it allow us to make another passageway out of there if in fact you're using the space where the door is for the female?
No, it would actually be another door on that same wall, so that it would lead out into,
That evidence room?
which wouldn't be there anymore.
So you'd create a wall, you'd create a door going into what's now the existing evidence room?
Right, it'd be.
Oh, I got it.
I
got
thought the idea was to look at that existing office area of 61 Business Park Drive and see how you could utilize that to alleviate the congestion that's created.
That's correct.
In that hallway that you come out of the meeting room to where the evidence room and the weight room are, as suggested in this memo from Lieutenant Martin dated 4/26/11.
But what he's saying is, Catherine, is here's the lunchroom, and there's a door, and that goes into a room where now they have
The female
locker.
Yeah,
and
which
then,
is really a hallway.
and here's the evidence room, which is now overburdened, and here's the weight room, and here's the hallway. All these files here are out, and here out. No, these files here, and here, and here go to 61 Business Park Drive. That frees this up. These files get moved over to here. This is secured, okay, in a door here. Now you have another...
Wouldn't it be easier to relocate this female officer area out of, because that's really a hallway that's in. It's a little teeny, it's a
No, but-
hallway.
But it...
Wouldn't it be easier to relocate that into one of the other areas?
Did you see the male lockers when there's probably...
Yeah, and I know they have to change
They're in
down
the
in the
hallway,
hallway.
Gary.
I mean, we
So-
really don't have a locker room. They're in the hallways.
Yeah.
So is there some way we can address that by moving the evidence area into 61 Business Park Drive?
Yeah, we can't move all of it, obviously, I can't.
No, you have to
But,
keep the most current.
We were gonna try and do that and then free up that floor plan and take a look at it and talk about some of this stuff. And you're right, you actually make a good point, you might be able to move the female locker room towards that outside wall and then use that hallway as a hallway.
Well, and the men themselves deserve a locker room. It seems to me the weight room should take a back seat. And,
That would be
and as
their
is
choice.
suggested here, is maybe put it at 61 Business Park Drive somehow. Although my understanding is that the Tilton Prep School allows the officers to use their facility as well. I mean, I know that they like to have the weight room there, but we are not required to supply them with that. It really needs to take a back seat to having a locker room so that they're not changing in the hallways.
Yeah, I think that level needs a whole redesign.
Right.
I agree.
I mean, you have to look at the whole picture and not just this one little portion, and where are we going to put that? You have to look at that whole downstairs and how you're going to need it.
The purpose, though, the initial purpose of that is to get rid of that cross-contamination evidence that's in there right now and fix that issue right now. And in order to do that, we have to move that evidence into another area and then seal that, clean it, seal it, paint it, whatever we need to do, but seal it, and then we can do whatever we want with the room. But we have to first secure the other room to get the evidence into it.
I'd get that moldy evidence into 61 Business Park Drive where you can
He
better...
can't move all of it in there.
No.
By law.
In the case of
Why not?
Because it's not
stolen goods,
Then
once
make
the
it a
case
secured area.
is adjudicated, don't the goods go back to the owners?
Yeah, they do, but sometimes it just takes the cases, especially
Because you're not going to make that basement...
before they go to trial.
With the
What
mold
does it-
issue, you're not going to make the cost of making that basement climate controlled.
What does it take to make, what would it, top of your head, and I'm not asked requirements for, 61 Business Park Drive has 2 offices in there. What state requirement, federal requirements do we have to do to those rooms to make them evidence lockers for you? To move what's in your evidence locker now in there?
They'd have to be alarmed and you can't access them through the ceiling. Sometimes you have to put 3/4 or 1-inch plywood on top of the drop ceilings in places. Those are just national standards that they require for evidence rooms. Basically, you have to make them hardened rooms.
Yep.
It's almost impossible for people to get into them. And what we just recently learned is they have to be properly ventilated, not with just air coming in, but air coming out as well.
Right.
And so those are some of the hurdles I have. Some of the things can go into bulk evidence, which actually can be as simple as a caged area. Like we've been, just by the sheer nature of some of our evidence, it's big. We have some kayaks and
Right.
some of that stuff can actually go into a chained area at 61.
Right.
You put up some temporary chain link fence with a good lock on it. And you could also do that as you had a fatal accident, you had to impound the vehicle for a week, you could pull it in there and lock it in that chained area.
Like an impoundment yard that you would put a motor vehicle in, you could put those
But we
kayaks
really don't
in.
have the space because there's people, well, I guess we could
No,
say.
this would be an outside area. This would be an outside area.
It could be that far right spot by the water pump, and it would only come to that first beam.
But we rent it to, we lease it to MMRS, and Winnisquam wants to continue to lease.
Oh, yeah.
So if we do that in Lakes Region Mutual Aid, so we would have to have an out for, I'm talking about large items like cars, impounded cars. We'd have to have an area outside, chained, but then it's exposed to the elements and you wouldn't have, you'd have to process it first.
From the wall by the office to the first steel beam, I think it was like 20 feet.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but we figured it was just enough to get a car. And we're thinking you'd chain link from that beam down to the back wall, and then put a gate there. You could actually put a car in there, some kayaks in there if you had to. A gate on it, swing out, where it would be hinged on the office side. And you really couldn't put any of the big MMRS vehicles in there. It's almost like dead space right now.
Where do we bring those
That's where the
vehicles now?
antique fire unit is.
Right there.
Right in there, right in the corner.
Right.
The wall, but
That we're storing for free.
they were stored for, correct. But MMRS is using that wall for their equipment all along the wall. They have in a desk right there.
We'd almost maybe just put it up against the chain link fence, just on the outside of it.
On the outside.
Barbecue.
So that's what we're just thinking, because some of the stuff that we get so big that it wouldn't even fit in the offices, you know. And if
But
we had something that needed more
Now,
ventilation.
my other question is, all the evidence that's in that evidence locker right now, if we secured the ceiling and made it airtight and in air quality, vented, secured lock, bars on the windows, would all of that evidence be able to be stored up there Or are there laws requiring some of it to stay?
Yeah, you could get it to that point. I mean, there are large agencies, big cities that have off-site evidence storage.
Well, then that answers our question.
It would make sense. It'd be far easier to control the climate at 61 Business Park Drive than down in that basement. I suspect that there probably isn't proper drainage around the bottom of that foundation to prevent that water from coming in.
There is not. That's what they're thinking, that on the back wall.
No, there
that
isn't
it's
drainage.
If you put a gutter, it may be easier. When the water comes down, it's going right down into the ground, and it's seeping in through the wall.
Well, and that hillside comes down to the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Where
In order to do it properly,
this stuff
he said,
now?
You'd have to dig up,
You got a
You have to
car
dig
and
it
an
out.
accident.
yeah, and there are systems that you can put in there.
Right.
There's a lot of them out there, a
Right.
lot of them. And that would be
And if you
expensive.
got 2 or 3, what
And
would
we'd
that?
still have to do that.
Might still have to, right?
You would have to do
Yeah.
that. You can't have that water coming in like that.
You hope you never get to that point.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
We could hire
certainly. I
a
just wondered what we did now.
It seems only by...
we
by
need an
the-
RFP to go out and do the cage,
Right.
do the counter and the dispatch.
You always have to hold the car for a week when there's a fatality
An
involved.
RFP, as long as the same person takes the
Really?
contractor around and says, this is what we need. What we need is a design.
They have dedicated...
So,
Did you take Tom? What did you take?
Sometimes if it's a drug case, they may need to keep it for up to 72 hours to get a search warrant.
Got it.
you know what I mean?
What did you take? Okay,
But
but I think we should get the Huckins.
what we need is a design. So short of hiring an engineer, we need to have someone design the caged area.
You know, I'm
The
wondering,
dispatch area is pretty simple. It's already there, and you're replacing walls and adding a wall. We're not changing the size of it, but your booking area needs to have some sort of design, and it can be a hand-drawn.
so
I can get, I mean...
it's the booking area needs to be enclosed, and we need the dispatch area secured, and the counter dropped down.
Can we just back up the truck as far as the booking area? Because you made a comment about Bristol got one, and it made it, you almost made it sound like it was like, order something out of a catalog, it's prefabricated unit. So if we can get something like that, that would suit our needs.
We still
don't
have
need
to,
a
we still have to design it.
You still have to fit it around the counter
need.
that's existing there, otherwise you're going to be building a new counter and everything else.
Think of it as custom kitchen cabinets.
Right.
They're all customized for your individual needs.
Once they get on site.
Right.
Right.
So, what are we talking about in money here? Anybody got any ideas?
No clue.
What this is going to cost us?
We have to
Well,
look
let's
into
see, a new
it. We don't
PD,
know
we were
yet.
going for what, 2...
My
We're going to
guess,
make these improvements, and then 2 years from now, we'll be out of there. 3 years from now. I'm just so
Problem
sad.
is, we have to do it.
I know.
We have
I
issues.
just want to know what it's going to cost.
Well,
I want everybody to know what this is going to cost them.
You want Mr. Clark.
I want everybody to know.
Right.
I'm upset because I'm going to have to pay for this twice.
well,
the
either we
important
failed to
thing
get
is-
the proper message across the town meeting, or, I don't know.
That is what it is. That's a dead horse issue. But we're going to have to do this all over again. I just hate to keep spending money on the current police station knowing full well it won't be for a long-term thing.
But we
That's all.
told them that.
I'm the guy that's going to keep saying it over and over again
We
so that
told
those
them
people who watch these tapes will know what it's going to cost them.
I
They
think,
voted no, okey dokey. This is what it cost
we
you.
were lying.
I think the main thing, though, that we have to, I realize, I'd like to think in a couple of years, we'll have them in a new police station, too. But there's issues with this one that we've got to take care of.
I understand that. You
It's
don't have to
not-
convince me of that. I just want people to know what it's going to cost them.
Right.
Well, let's close this by giving the chief a clear direction.
Yep.
And I see 3 things right off the bat that needs to take place. Their needs for the booking area, basically design, dimensions,
Security.
the booking area, and what is going to be required to move the evidence room to 61 Business Park Drive. Because cleaning up that basement of humidity, water, and mold is a very timely task, and it's a big task.
It's an expensive task.
So do we need to get RFPs, and after we figure out the scope of the work, right?
I don't really think you need an RFP.
It's over $500.
We need bids, but I don't think you need a request for proposal.
Right.
As long
Not
as the
the
same
same thing, kinda,
individual.
sorta?
No, as long as the
wonder if
same
we could-
individual takes each contractor around and says the same thing to them.
Right.
That's the thing that's most important.
I wonder if
We should have 2 bids already coming in.
Okay,
We haven't
so
even
the
decided on
booking
the
area,
criteria
the
yet.
evidence room to
How
Business
can we have
Park
bids
Drive,
coming in?
Just send them over there so that they can be shown what needs to be done.
and dispatch, right?
the evidence room, the booking area, dispatch, counter and door, and then Business Park Drive.
I mean, the only other alternative is to hire a company to go over there and engineer this for us. And I don't think we're there.
I know, but Joyce, do you think that we could get in touch with Roland or his brother?
Porky David or Brian Huckins is the Huckinses.
Oh,
Maybe they can meet with us on Monday morning or tomorrow afternoon?
I don't know if they're going to all come at once. They all 3 have different businesses, but they're all 3 carpenters and builders.
you want all 3 to meet and
Well, no, they don't all have to be at the same
see
time.
if someone can, yeah.
Just get with myself and the chief, and myself and the chief can bring them around, and we could say the same thing and make sure that the same thing is said to, that way that'll give us,
Well, who brought the other 2 contractors around that were sent over there? Must have been Lieutenant Martin. So he should take part in that.
who were there? Did you send them over there?
Yep. And every time I ran into one, I said, go over there, and then I called up.
Wasn't aware of it.
I called up the PD. Yeah, I said I was going to do that weeks ago. Sitting here.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I know 2 I can contact.
Right.
That's fine, that's 2, that'll give us 4, that's
The more
fine.
bids, the merrier.
And this is to go with you to the PD and 61.
Yep. Yep. We know what has to be done. You want to go with me, Sandy, or anybody else?
I'll go.
Joe?
Sure.
All right, so whenever they,
Just let me know when and where, and I'll be there. Well, I know where, but when.
just, can't be Monday afternoon, that's the only thing.
Okay.
Well, after 3 it can, but, where's my thing? Start getting the
Just let me know.
stuff in Monday, either Monday morning, Tuesday's fine. Wednesday morning's fine. So, give him my cell phone number and I will set up a date. Okay?
Oh, I was going to talk a little bit about the fire mutual aid. Because we're having that meeting. I talked to Chief Hayden, as I indicated when the commissioners were here earlier this afternoon, about Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid. And We have heard representatives, well, at least I have heard representatives of Northfield, their main complaint is they do not have any representation on their board. And that's not true.
No.
Right now, Tilton and Northfield are represented by the chief, and that has been the case.
Right.
Northfield or Tilton at any time has the option, the governing body, of appointing someone else. If the town of Tilton doesn't want to be represented by the chief on that board, we can appoint someone else.
Correct.
If Northfield is unhappy and wants someone specifically from the town of Northfield, they have that choice. They probably don't realize it. So they have all the representation.
Wait a minute now, hold on a second. If Northfield is unhappy with the representation and Northfield wants somebody different, we only, between Tilton and Northfield, do we have one or do we have two?
Let me back up. The Tilton Northfield Fire District is not a member of
It's
the
Town of
mutual
Tilton
aid.
and
It is the town of Tilton.
Got it.
In the
And
town
the
of
town of
Northfield. That's
Northfield.
right.
Yeah.
Each member, so the
Yep.
answer to your question is two. Each member community
Okay,
gets to choose a representative.
okay.
It just so happens that these two communities,
Chose the
in
chief,
past history,
has shown
it's
Chief
always
Carrier.
just been the chief,
Chief.
and nobody has
Questioned it,
questioned it, changed it.
okay.
Although it's interesting, he did tell me it was by statute that our portion of that bill goes to Belknap County and they pay it by statute, but I liked his explanation better anyway.
This is.
It's because the
Chief-
communities voted to
Chief
have
who?
that done. Hayden,
Of,
the Lakes Region Mutual Aid, Fire Aid.
okay.
He's a chief.
That was the most important thing I wanted
I guess,
everybody
that's
to
what I
know
was
before we go
wondering.
to that meeting next Wednesday.
Okay.
I have the information that Brad Ober had provided us, the copies of all the things, but I also asked him to send me information, because sometimes you get more.
Right.
So that's coming. But that's the biggest point I wanted to make. I explained to you about how the formula works, how the invoicing works, because that was the other complaint they had. We are not treated any differently than any other member of that mutual fire aid. It's the same. The only way we're different than Northfield is our bill goes to Belknap County, and once again is disseminated over a
Right.
group, so our bill gets reduced.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the number of calls that takes place in each community at all.
The amount that Tilton pays and the amount that Northfield pays, is it really a lot different?
I don't know what Northfield pays.
I believe it
It's-
was 10,000.
But it's all based, you know what, I take that back, I looked at it, and it's very similar, isn't it, Joyce? I think you and I looked at it, I think it's very close.
Right.
I think they pay a little bit more, but it's very, very close to
Yes.
prices.
But I think their beef is they want it to be paid by the fire district, so they only have to pay
That's right.
their
No.
28 per, or
If their bill gets sent to the fire district, then we'll be paying a portion of
38%.
theirs.
That statement is correct, but that is not the reason why they want that.
Well-
The reason they stood up at the fire annual meeting,
What they said out loud.
what they said out loud was, they cannot, it goes up every year, it's a line item budget to the town of Northfield, and it goes up over 10% within the last 4 years, it's gone up, and no explanation, no way to control it, no explanation as to what the monies are being spent for, or where it goes, or how it goes, and they want an explanation of where their money is going to.
And I personally think that they're owed an explanation.
Absolutely.
It's a hefty amount.
For $10,000,
But I
they
gotta
should
tell
have
you,
an
it only
explanation.
took me a phone call and a 15-minute conversation to find out that information.
Yeah, I
So I
hear
don't know what they're talking about, and I looked it up in the white pages of the phone book.
Well, if that's the case.
It's no mystery.
If they are
That's
able
what they
to
stated
appoint
was
their
the
own
case.
It is
person,
what they
then let
stated.
them. They
Pardon?
can
They
let
can
them.
appoint their own person. I'm good with Chief Ober,
They can-
personally.
they
Oh,
can-
me too. But I just wanted you people to know what I
They can,
learned
they could
today.
get a
That's good.
former fire commissioner.
So, be prepared.
Okey dokey.
I appreciate you doing that research, Catherine. That's
Absolutely.
great
Chief Hayden
information.
was just marvelous to talk to. He didn't, I'm sure he's a very busy
What is he
man.
the chief of?
33,000.
Lakes Region Fire Mutual Aid.
For them?
But isn't that just a dispatch?
And what is ours?
I don't know which district he's the chief
He's a
of.
chief, all right.
Look in the,
33,242?
you know what, I might have it in that folder.
That's to the town of Northfield?
I have that folder somewhere.
I think I have a breakdown of the counties in here. Yeah, last year, 2010, it was 31,490, so it went up $1,700.
Joyce, can you make sure that we all have packets
5%.
with this information in it, as much as you have for the fire?
Yeah, I saw
You know
that.
what I can do is I can scan this and email it, but for you, Kathleen, I'll leave you a copy.
No, just have the packet here,
Okay, yeah, I was gonna have it on the,
and I'll pick it up. But
Joyce, I'll come by and make copies tomorrow.
Brad had given
Early.
us,
I don't have, Brad has their,
the bylaws, all of the explanation as to the appointing of their members, the directors, how it works.
Yep.
I had all of that. I'm just not sure. I think it might be, I might have filed it. I filed it. I didn't think it would come up this soon. I thought it'd come up next spring at the fire district meeting.
we don't see
Oh,
it.
well, I guess I was dreaming. Yeah, it's over there in the file.
All right. Did we need to talk about that?
I heard that.
Cindy, did she talk to you about that?
Yeah, just the fact she wants us to contact him.
Talk about the SB 156?
Yeah, to contact Senator Forsythe. He's one of the swing votes.
Senator Forsythe is one of the swing votes on SB 156.
He's our senator. He's our senator.
Yes, he is.
And Cindy came up just before the meeting and asked us to get in contact with him and encourage him to vote for, against SB 150, I'm sorry, SB 129, right?
Right. That's the one requiring photo identification.
Oh, the provisional ballot deal and everything.
Yeah.
Provisional
129?
ballot that's supposed to, right, 129, which is supposed to say that it's secret ballot voting, but it's really not, because it shows the name of the individual to whom the identification was issued. The name substantially conforms to the name of the individual's voter registration,
But it'll be
and
treated
it
as,
shows a photograph.
but it's treated very similar
I don't
as an
particularly-
absentee ballot, which, when you open them, you know how that person is voted.
Right, so you know,
It's a choice they make, so it's very
Well,
similar.
one person would know anyway.
well, but they know how that other person votes.
Right.
It's not a secret ballot, is it?
No.
No, but the absentee
Of
ballot,
course, I'm not
It's
really keen on having people register that day and are given a ballot and they vote, because ostensibly they could run from precinct to precinct voting all day.
Yeah, but they hold the ballot, their
but that's
provisional ballot.
allowed today.
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
already allowed.
I'm talking about
But the
what is
system-
current practice.
The system would filter that out. The system would make that vote within 24 hours of the close of the polls, would eliminate that voter if that took place.
And I know from this, we have a Tilton
Well,
resident that was found guilty of doing just that.
Really?
And
Well, I know that the
a lot of
the
problems
state of New Hampshire contacted the supervisors of the checklist because someone with a similar name,
Right.
specifically my mother's name, voted in Tilton and voted in, I believe it was Hooksett or someplace like that. Only the middle initial was different.
Right.
In the
that
last
happens.
presidential election.
But that happens all the time. I'm qualified to do the HAVA system. I help the supervisors with that. In fact, they're going through a purging process now,
Yeah.
which identifies that type of thing, and communities often send lists of names to other communities, saying, is this person still a resident? I mean, the
Right.
system isn't fail-proof, but I'll tell you, it almost is.
Better than it used to be.
Oh, it's,
No, but they froze
100%.
the vote
sure.
until the
Yeah.
state of New Hampshire was satisfied that these
That's
were
right.
two individual people, two separate
Yeah,
people.
and that's what happens. What's going on with this is the extra added work it's going to cost the towns once again.
Well, not only that, but anyone who doesn't drive.
And it adds more confusion
Right.
at the polls.
Right.
I mean, look what we ran across.
We don't need any.
At our Middletown meeting. But it'll add more confusion.
Yes.
Well, he was supposed to come tonight, but we changed, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could have told him tonight. Okay, any more business to come before us in the public session? Joe?
I don't mean to draw this out, and I know this is a wintertime issue, but I just happened to notice that they're plowing snow and dirt into the lake. Now, I know from my time on the planning board that that's in direct violation of the Town of Tilton ordinances, if not the DES and state ordinances.
Didn't we just talk about this earlier?
And good sense. I want to know, we casually skimmed over it. I want to know what we can do to enforce our ordinances in the future so that this doesn't happen again. This was March of this year.
Can I
Bring
see
it up
that?
to the code enforcement officer.
Yes.
And you pointed out to him.
And page 4 as well.
But not only that, but the DES shoreland protection.
I'm quite frankly not interested in going and slapping them around for last year so much as I am looking to get it rectified for next year. If the code enforcement officer was to encounter any kind of resistance whatsoever, I would take those pictures personally to the people I know at DES and walk them through it.
I would make the code enforcement officer aware that took place and ask him to contact them.
Could I have that book? Can I use that book? To show him those pictures or get color copies and then return the book?
Yeah, it has to stay in town hall.
Okay, well, I'll come by tomorrow and get color copies and make sure that the code enforcement officer gets them so that we can
Yeah.
pursue this, because
He
that's
just needs
not
to
good.
contact them, tell them that is not acceptable, and then he needs to be aware of it.
If there's any further things
And I
of
would
this
also
sort.
look at the site plan and
This is
see
a
where the planning
DES
board told them to
know.
put their
It's
snow.
being applied for.
But
Yeah,
it hasn't
but-
anything to do with the snow going into the
No, but
lake.
I asked the question if DES personnel
But
looked
I
at
would,
that. And
that's what I would do. I would look at the site plan to see how the planning board treated their snow.
Where the snow dump is supposed to go, we
I
didn't
would
allow it
almost
to
think that they
press
would
it
have
into the
had
lake.
to have removed it from the
And
property.
that could well be, but there's always snow plowing.
Because
There's
Jay's
always snow
Marina
piling everywhere.
never plowed it until there was a restaurant.
They're doing work up there as we speak.
I know they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had permits, according to that, to do above-water work,
Yeah.
but that is to do new pilings which had to drive down into the lake.
For additional work.
Whole different set of
They
permits,
discovered
apparently.
pilings were rotten when they were doing the other work.
Yeah.
So now this is in the water.
While they were plowing the dirt into the lake, they noticed that the pilings were rotten, apparently, and now they have to replace them.
Well, it wasn't Jay's Marina, it was the people that leased the property.
Well,
Once
I'm
it's
not
on
saying it
path
was
to
Jay's
snowing.
Marina, certainly, I don't know who it was, but I'm concerned about the lake, so. And that would be located where, ordinarily?
The Conservation Commission signed off on that application.
they
And they
must
should
not have
have.
seen that picture.
It's the pictures of
And they
the
should
snow
have.
and dirt in the lake that I'm worried about
They
next
didn't
winter.
question the picture?
May I, Catherine? Thank you.
I didn't mean to open such a can of worms, I'm sorry. I didn't.
10 o'clock at night.
I thought it was a simple thing. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I had no idea. I had a little idea. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to eat another piece of candy. Okay, so moving around. Are we going into
Where the
non-public?
hell did that missile come from?
You guys are much better shots than I am. That's gonna melt all over the new floor.
Not only did she pitch
I
it at
just
you, but
assumed
it
it was you.
bounced off the chair to get you.
Troublemaker.
Make a motion, we're going non-public quick.
It was 3 feet away, but I got lucky and it hit the railing and bounced and hit you.
Just the way she planned it.
Okay. Sorry.
Off the rail.
Wait, this is
Okay.
public.
Oh,
This abatement request is too late.
Well, there's that too, but
They missed the deadline.
And then,
Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
I was going,
number one, parts of it don't even make
late.
sense. I couldn't follow everything he was saying, but
She'll look, she always will
Yeah.
look at the data, and then she'll
she'll tell them it's too late.
make a recommendation.
She should just tell them it's too late and tell them what the deadline to apply for is.
right.
And address the other issues later.
okay. We have two issues. I would like to make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, B, personnel, and
Why don't you show me how to do this? I'd sit up closer to the camera and I can do this every day.
legal.
I'll show you.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Be down in a few minutes. This won't take long.
Red.
Okay. I move that the minutes of the non-public session as they pertain to personnel be sealed permanently and as they pertain to legal matters until the matters are resolved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I move we adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor?
You betcha.
Okay.
That's not technical, I guess. Aye.
Camera?
Now we can make like a banana and leave.
That's all.